Hello, friends. Do you have a moment
My
so that we
bad.
may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special, and I loved my dad a lot.
I'm proud of him, and that even though he isn't here with us, but he died as a true hero.
I miss everything about him.
In the moment that the officers and I had to come see the children, my biggest reaction was, I don't have 7 arms. I have 7 children who just lost their father, and I don't have 7 arms to wrap around them.
I'm Frank Silla, chairman of the Stephen Silla Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Our foundation is committed to delivering mortgage-free homes for Gold Star families and fallen first responder families.
To not have to worry financially is a huge peace of mind. The thought of, what in the world will I possibly do to pay the bills? How will I possibly let the children have a life that feels normal? I don't want them to have to quit their piano lessons or their basketball. I don't want them to feel that we have to move into a little apartment and struggle financially in addition to the emotional weight.
There are over 1,000 families that need our help. Tunnel to Towers is honoring those heroes that risk their lives by providing them with mortgage-free homes.
Those who serve us and then lay down their lives protecting our freedoms and our safety, the least we can do is $11 a month to give them that peace of always knowing there's a home, there's that sanctuary when life feels like it's been tipped upside down, because it has, when you lose a parent in the line of duty, to know you can go home, you can be safe, there's no risk of losing your home. That's a peace of mind that I can't believe you can get for $11 a month.
I'd like to ask you to contribute $11 a month to support their efforts.
Please donate $11 a month by calling 1-844-BRAVEST or visit tunneltotowers.org.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I listen to a lot of true crime. I listen to it at night. I like the girl talk. It makes me feel alright. I like scary stories in the morning, and I like them at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel just fine. I listen to a lot of true crime.
Welcome, everybody, to Front Porch Forensics, our little podcast we do here with my lovely bride, Bumpstock Barbie. I am Bumpstock Ken. Tonight, we are once again coming to you from klrnradio.com, home of podcast plethora, or a plethora of podcasts to meet every one of your tastes and your desires. Just go check us out.
Whatever you like, it's there.
Tonight we're looking at we're going to focus on a very dynamic and charismatic individual. He was born in the 30s, and in the 40s he began, even as a teenager, to become one of the leading guys in the civil rights movement for African Americans in the day. He was
impoverished people.
He was extremely anti-segregation. Now, he was a religious guy. He winds up being a reverend and opened one of the biggest churches in Indianapolis that was racially diverse. It caused a lot of problems in that church to the point but he believed in the civil rights movement to the point that he actually left the Methodist church and started up his own denomination so he could have a racial profile, diversity in his church, because he believed in it so much. That was in Indiana. He eventually followed his movement all the way to California, where it continued to grow, and he even took it internationally. And again, this is in the 1940s, throughout the 70s. A civil rights hero in all accounts, if you look at what he was doing for him. He was also a
Democratic socialist.
Democratic socialist, very progressive before the progressive movement became trendy.
Openly talked about how he was very, very communist in his beliefs, very Marxist.
Yes, he is Marxist and communist and all that stuff, even though a lot of people may frown on that. These other things that he was doing were absolutely to be praised. I think he is an absolute hero to the left and to the Democratic socialists of the day. This guy should be loved. And of course, we're talking about Reverend Jim Jones. Now, a lot of people recognize that name and realize that, hey, wait a minute, he sucks.
And yeah, that would absolutely be true. This is the one about cults. This is part 5. Last week we did Heaven's Gate, wasn't it? Yes. Next week we're going to do Manson. But tonight we're going to talk about the People's Temple, which everybody commonly knows as Joenstown. But we're going to actually take this back to 1931. James Warren Jones was born on May 13th of 1931 in Crete, Indiana, to James Thurman and Lynetta Putnam in the depths of the Great Depression. So he grew up in a very small, poor, and racially divided town called Lynn until he was 16. So Lynn, Indiana, that's where he was actually raised. Born in Crete, Indiana, though. So, again, very, very, they were actually known as like the poorest family in town. His family farm was ultimately lost in the Depression due to his father being disabled from mustard gas injuries sustained in World War I. And the dad was actually collecting government assistance and was an alcoholic, like hardcore alcoholic.
Yeah, basically any assistance he was getting from the government, he was drinking it away, and then some. Even what his wife was bringing in, he was drinking it out too.
Yeah, so Jim growing up in poverty actually later shapes the beliefs that he espouses to his own followers. According to accounts from friends and family, and you have to kind of take this with a grain of salt because these are just like secondhand accounts. Jim always felt shame and pain from being one of the poorest families in the community. His childhood was marked by neglect, loneliness, shame, all these kind of things, which in formative years is very, very important. His parents, particularly his father, really didn't spend time with him. So as an adult, he recounts an incident between himself and his father when he was 16. Jim brought home actually the only black child that was in their town back to his house. And his father, they had some words and everything, said that that friend was not welcome in their home. And Jim actually says that this caused a major rift between himself and his father.
Yeah, see what I mean? He was a civil rights pioneer,
But
even
I
in
mean,
his teenage years.
he obviously, definitely, you can't call Jim Jones a racist.
Well,
You really can't do that because it's just not true.
I think that we'll see later on. I think that was probably, I don't know that his heart was in the right place with being racism, or if it's just another way to gain attention and adoration, and he winds up manipulating it later on, I think, too. So
Yeah, I
him
mean,
not being a racist still, I don't think is a...
No, he was not a racist, but I think he saw an opportunity to exploit certain people because of their race, because of poverty. He used all of these things.
Yeah, he may not have been a racist in the way that he hated them, but I think he was also he was just race isn't the right word. He was just a horrible human being because he saw the opportunity that
he was an equal opportunity
manipulator.
Yes, exactly.
And race didn't stop him
race didn't factor into anything that he believed
Right.
at all.
Right.
So I mentioned his father, alcoholic, experienced mustard gas injuries, and all the subsequent health issues that come along with that from World War I. That was his father. His father's pretty much kind of the absentee father. Like, he's there in the home, but really has nothing to do with Jim. And Jim is an only child, so there are no other siblings in this scenario. His mother is a breadwinner. She's the head of the household. She was actually an educated woman. She worked at various factories from early morning to late nights, and she still had to come home and care for Jim and the home. Like, the father just was not active in the home life really at all. He was there, but he wasn't there.
That wasn't I mean, that's pretty common, especially in that day and age, for people coming back from the war. Those parents, we saw that with some of the other serial killers and their parents. It's just that generation was very, I guess, the absent generation when it comes to fathers.
They had very gender stereotypical, if you want to use that term.
Yeah, they were there in body. That was really about it.
It was the woman's job to care for the home, to care for the children, to do all of that. So, yes, in that sense, I absolutely agree that gender stereotypes played a massive role back then in that day. So, I mean, that's, 100%. But by all accounts, his mother was also cold and harsh towards him. And one neighbor, her name was Myrtle Kennedy. She said that she had actually seen Jim as a toddler outside the home unattended and covered in his own poop.
Yeah, I think this is also the woman who takes an interest in him and winds up taking him and introducing him to the church at the first time.
Yeah.
And I think you was talking about his dad being absent and the mother being absent because she had to work so much. I think her coldness also come from the resentment she felt, probably, in a lot of ways.
Maybe because she had no help with the child rearing, with the home life, anything like that. So
yeah. So
and again, she was an educated woman, so
right. And like you said, that probably played into a lot of her demeanor and the way she treated her housely duties, I guess. But either way, this woman, Kennedy, takes an interest in Jones or Jim and takes him to church, introduces him to church. And now you've got this woman who's clean, taking him to a place that's clean.
She's almost taken over the role of mother in his mind.
Exactly, where he's getting food. And then you got the pastor of the church who was this loud, gregarious man. So he's getting the things he's missing at home in this church now.
Yes, from a neighbor and from the pastor. These are like his mother and father figures that he's kind of substituted for his own.
He's starting. Now, again, it's a twisted way of viewing things, but this is where he's seeing it.
Yeah, but again, you got to keep in mind, he's very young at the time this is happening. So these are very, very formative years for a child.
Well, you mentioned formative for him. It completely
takes
over his identity.
Yeah, it warps his entire way of coping with the world, of dealing with other people.
Yeah.
Like that's the reason we're going so far back into his childhood here, because like, okay, even another friend that he had, Donald Foreman, said that when he went to dinner at the Jones house, they didn't eat together or anything. Like,
At the
this
Jones
family
house,
was
right.
just not connected to one another,
Right.
which for young children growing up and everything, that is absolutely vital. You have to have that. You have to be able to have this kind of cohesive, healthy family unit and everything to be able to form your relationships with other people, how to be in the world, as a person.
Right.
You absolutely need that. So, and there are also these credible allegations of abuse in his life. And now we've got this image of a very dysfunctional upbringing for him, where there's neglect, there's a lack of positive role models, severe poverty, and even as he grows up, he's now labeled as a weirdo in school.
Well, one of the reasons he was labeled a weirdo also is because, like I was saying about the church, he didn't play with other kids, ball or sports or anything like that. He had no interest. He actually wore his best clothes he had, his Sunday clothes, every day, and he carried a Bible around with him. The teachers and the townsfolk have reported that anytime you saw him, he carried his little Bible with him, and the only game he would play was congregation. He would be the preacher, and all the other kids were supposed to be his congregation. And he would preach to them. He had wrapped up his whole childhood identity into that.
And it's because that was what was presented to him very early on. Like his dad, I mean, had he never been introduced to this church from the neighbor and everything, from his dad, he would have just basically been an alcoholic bum otherwise.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. But, like, all of these things, like, we did a whole nature versus nurture argument, and I think that a combination of both, but I think there's a lot of nurture happening here with Jim Jones.
Right.
I think that there is a combination of his nature just because of what he was naturally inclined to do, which was more academic things than playing with the other children or, doing what we stereotypically think are childhood things.
Yeah.
Like he kind of gravitated more towards adults and things like that. And again, because his parents were just kind of disconnected from him completely. Like they kept him alive, which was their bare minimum.
Well, I think the town's done a lot of that too, because that whole little town of Lynn, Indiana, really raised him throughout his childhood like that. So
yeah, like I said, they were the poorest family in the
Mhm.
town, which is saying something for a town that was already in like deep poverty.
Oh yeah.
But narcissism actually became his defense mechanism. That was his way of surviving. He had to focus on himself and put himself at the center of his world because nobody else was doing it.
Yeah, that's probably the root of what built it all up. And but also, as he was aging, he realized this town taking care of him, their kindness, that he was able to manipulate that as well.
He was able to get things that he wanted from them because they felt bad for him, and
Exactly.
he could exploit that.
Even then, when these stores and these merchants that would give him handouts, he was taking the handout in one hand and actually stealing from them with the other. And these people, these town folk, by everything I've seen, seem to be pretty nice people. And because they would know that he stole it, they would tell his mother, and the mother would go back and pay for it later, even though she really couldn't afford for this kind of stuff.
So that probably, I don't have any evidence for this, but since there was allegations of abuse before that, I would assume that like the mother and the father, because they couldn't afford to deal with his theft and everything and having to pay for these things, his home life was probably not good. I mean, just to put it very lightly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the punishment, quote unquote, that he probably experienced because of those thefts and everything, and her having to spend that hard earned money to cover for it, probably led to just more abuse.
Right.
So this is like a vicious cycle that he's not really, I don't think, even intellectually aware of, because he's still a child at this point. But I mean, in all throughout the series on cults, I've talked about the psychological aspects of this. And basically, all of the studies and biographical information about specific cult leaders, we do see this permeation of two very, very specific personality disorders. And that's a combination of narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder. And it is actually notable in regard to Jim Jones when it comes to his personal relationships with other people. When he was a child, like Daniel was saying, how he dealt with these store owners. These store owners were, giving him what he needed and everything, but it still wasn't enough for him, so he was stealing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So he's exploiting their good grace. Like, he is manipulating this. He's using it for his own gain. Jim Jones has been extensively studied by psychologists and psychoanalysts for decades since all of this went down. And most all of them, I mean, there's obviously some disagreement among some of them, but for the most part, the majority agree that the main factors that were observed in him are aggression, exploitation, and lack of empathy. So the aggression as a symptom is prevalent in both disorders, both narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality. Aggression is a factor in both of those. That was observed by just his general interaction styles, but specifically regarding the sense of criticism or defeat that, like, anybody when he was growing up who would criticize him and everything, he acted very aggressively towards them. If he failed in anything, or perceived that he failed in anything, he acted very aggressively.
Yeah. We've seen that.
Yeah.
With people we know.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, these are very common traits, like, in people in general. But for these personality disorders to be diagnosed officially, you have to have, like, quite a few of them at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the exploitation, which it can be both conscious and subconscious, which we see in him taking advantage of people, the social situation of any given moment. He knew how to exploit it. Either consciously, he knew what to do,
mm-hmm.
or it was just an instinct built into him at this point.
Right.
Then there's the feelings of self-importance, which is the grandiosity that we see in narcissistic personality disorder. That, combined with the sense of entitlement, all of those symptoms are present, but there's a lot of psychologists that say that he didn't actually have narcissistic personality disorder, and this one to me is worse. They did diagnose him with antisocial personality disorder, which is the formerly, like, psychopathy and sociopathy are outdated terms and everything, but they're most typically associated with this specific personality disorder, because that one's characterized by conscious manipulation of one's social environment to create situations that benefit themselves. And we see this throughout Jim Jones' life. He learned how to do this at a very early age.
Which one was he identified as?
He was, looking back, like hindsight, was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder.
Antisocial personality.
He had
and
some of
you
the
said
traits of narcissistic.
antisocial personality disorder took the place of what? Outdated terms?
The outdated terms were psychopathy or sociopathy.
So sociopath or psychopath.
Yeah.
We don't
and those two terms have a lot of overlap.
We don't say that anymore. We say...
Well, you can, but that's typically this personality disorder that is exhibited by those traits.
But psychopath and sociopath do have differences, right?
They have slight differences, but it's really kind of negligible.
Is that why they just roped them into one?
It's that one big personality disorder there, antisocial personality disorder.
So there just wasn't enough difference. See, I always thought sociopath and psychopath were distinctly different.
Really not, really. I mean,
so
they do have some differences, but overall it's pretty much the same thing.
It was close enough that they could just put it under one umbrella, basically.
Because, I mean, the traits and everything, you get your lack of empathy is characteristic of this, which is again a result of conscious choice to either ignore the feelings and needs of others or to use the knowledge of their feelings and needs for your own personal gain. So, like, either you are consciously using it, but you also have to be able to understand it. Like, this person's feeling this. How can I use that?
Okay.
How can I twist this into something that benefits me?
Okay.
That's essentially what psychopaths and sociopaths have all done throughout history. I mean, that's the one unifying thing between the two of them.
Well, I like psychopath and sociopath much better.
But so it's very, very common. Like, people can connect to those terms, I think, better than the clinical term of this personality disorder.
So is it kind of like changing UFO to AFP or whatever it is?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the same thing.
No real reason to, just updating it to update it.
Well, I think that they needed to have a way to diagnose these traits in people, like to have something that they can hone in on and treat. Because yes, antisocial personality disorder, it can be managed, and it does not mean that every single person who has it is going to be a violent person.
Yeah, Rick says,
we have CEOs, we have politicians, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have people in these positions of authority that naturally are good at it because they have antisocial personality disorder, because they lack that sense of empathy mainly.
Okay. Yeah, Rick it's UAP. UFO, they changed it to UAP.
Yeah.
So basically, all these politicians and doctors and businessmen and all that stuff, they didn't like being roped into being a sociopath. So to make it kinder, they said, we're going to make it an AF associated
antisocial personality disorder.
Yeah. They churching it up.
No, it's just that they tend to gravitate towards these positions because it's what they're good at. I mean, we do see this with, like, politicians especially. That's something everybody, I think, can relate to. We can see this in politicians.
Right.
They don't actually care about us.
No.
They want the power. They want to be able to manipulate us into voting for them. So they naturally gravitate towards these professions that put them in that position.
Right.
So, no, most people that would, quote unquote, be psychopaths or sociopaths does not mean they're going to be violent. In fact, it's very rare that they actually do turn violent.
Right.
So it is more notable when we see the people who do turn violent. That's the whole fascination in true crime and everything, because it's like, okay, all of these many, many people, perfectly normal people, well, not perfectly normal, but they're nonviolent and everything. They don't hurt other people.
Mm-hmm.
So what made this one different?
Gotcha. So it's like, instead, at some point they stop before they turn violent. Like like I said, most of them aren't. Most of them are, like you said, politicians. They could be a preacher in this case. They could open a bar in Philadelphia with his family. They could do, a bunch of things like
I love how you slipped that one in there.
Slipped which one in? Dennis?
Dennis is absolutely a psychopath.
Yes, he is. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got caught up in the name of
antisocial personality disorder.
It just caught me on why they changed it. I'm sorry. That was a digress there. I got off into the weeds. So.
But yeah, for the most part, people who are typically psychopaths or sociopaths with antisocial personality disorder, not typically violent. So now we're kind of looking into, and he actually really wasn't too very violent. I mean, there were allegations of physical abuse and everything, but he's one that I don't think we actually see a whole lot of even sexual abuse with this one, because he gained his sense of power in other ways. He founded the People's Temple, which is what the actual cult is called. He founded it as an independent congregation in Indianapolis in the 50s. He preached that, quote, a just society could overcome the evils of racism and poverty. So, and despite even being a white man, we mentioned this earlier, like, his congregation was predominantly black people.
Oh yeah.
Like, he was able to reach them on a fundamental level because they're either in Indianapolis, but especially when he went to California, in San Francisco and Los Angeles and everything, it was predominantly minorities that were in poverty.
Mm-hmm.
So his message attracted them. That was a huge thing. And I've mentioned this before. That's one of the dynamics between a cult leader and a cult follower. The leader is offering them a solution to something that they feel is a problem.
Yeah. And here, like you said, the numbers range from 70% to 90% black in the People's Temple, which eventually becomes Jonestown. Well, it's still a People Temple Church. The area is called Jonestown.
Well,
but anyways,
he named it Jonestown, yeah.
But yeah, it was like between 70 and 90% what is the numbers I've been seeing. But again, the time frame, the situation in the country, the civil rights movement.
Oh yeah,
he was
all
preaching
of these
exactly
racial tensions.
He was preaching exactly what they wanted to hear.
Yeah,
and that's what cult leaders do.
And he was offering them the solution, like, look, follow me because I have an answer to this. I have an answer. I have a solution to all these racial tensions. I have a solution to poverty. Mm-hmm. I can fix this for you.
Yeah, and he got. I don't want to jump ahead, but we're in California at this point.
But in the 1960s, he affiliated the People's Temple with a Christian church, which was the Disciples of Christ, which I think actually was a Methodist denomination at the time. I'm not entirely sure. So
I've read Methodist, but that could, it could be argued differently in a different one. But what I read said Methodist in the beginning.
In 1964, then he was officially ordained as a minister, as a pastor, whatever you want to call him. So in 65, that's when he moves his congregation to Ukiah, California. I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm not sure. But he and his members became involved in state politics there.
Oh, yeah.
So, these were branches of the temple that were opening in San Francisco and Louisiana.
No, Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you wrote down L.A. It's Lower Alabama. No, it's Los Angeles. When they was out in California, part of the fundraising that he done is each new member was tasked with collections, and they would actually go door to door in their neighborhoods and ask for. Well, basically, they would push their.
It was almost like Jehovah's Witnesses if Jehovah's Witnesses were asking for money every time they came to your door.
Yeah, it's almost like Jehovah's Witness if Jehovah's Witness was a cult. Oh, wait.
No, we're not going to alienate people there. But Jehovah's Witnesses don't ask for money when they come to your door.
Right. But
these people did. They would give you their message and everything, and then they would ask for donations.
Yeah, they would ask for donations. And remember, there was hundreds of members canvassing these neighborhoods. So they was bringing in pretty good donations. And they was also reaching a lot of new people who was, again.
They'd give them the information about their quote-unquote church. And, if they were interested, they could come and, hear Pastor Jones speak.
Again, the civil rights movement was heavy. They was bringing in a lot of interest and a lot of new members by doing this, to the point that they were well over 3,000 members in California by this point.
Yeah. And because, he built his ministry with a program of helping the young, the elderly, the destitute, the impoverished. And he actually, through this, became a darling of the San Francisco liberal establishment. U.S. Representatives Philip and John Burton were not really members, but they became very close to them. Assemblyman Willie Brown, and yes, it's that Willie Brown, and Mayor George Moscone. They were high, prominent people in the San Francisco political sphere here.
Right.
And Jones got himself ingrained with them, entrenched with them, basically. Timothy Stolen, who was actually a lawyer for the People's Temple for 7 years, a direct quote, "There wasn't anything magical about Jim's power. It was raw politics. He was able to deliver what politicians want, which is power. And how do you get power? By votes. And how do you get votes? With people. Jim Jones could produce 3,000 people at a single political event.
Yep.
So, I mean, he actually enters the political arena in San Francisco in about September of 1970 when he started a fund to help the families of slain police officers. But Jones was inevitably accused of using the funds to curry favor, obviously, with politicians or other people. There was another Reverend Cecil Williams, who was a friend of Jones at the time that he said this. They sat around talking about ways to get things done. They had all kinds of schemes that they had worked out.
Mm-hmm.
And this man, this Reverend, said this about him while he is actually friends with Jim Jones at the time.
Yeah.
That he experienced this. He saw them. He heard them. He was talking to politicians about ways to get things done.
Yeah, and like I said, he was the thing about Jim Jones, even back in his childhood. Yes, he had a rough one, and it was very sketch here and there. But unlike a lot of the other cult leaders we've seen, Jim Jones, well, first off, he was extremely intelligent. Even as a child, all through school, he was very, very smart. Even through college, he scored high. He was very
bright student.
Yes, he was a very good student, very bright, intelligent young man. But the thing that also I noticed that set Jim apart was that he was successful in basically everything he tried to do. Unlike a lot of the other cult leaders who have basically their last failed. They have failed to the point that their last ditch effort is to start this cult, and it just happens to work out for him. Jim was successful in every endeavor he had.
Right.
Politics. He built up a great name for himself in the civil rights movement and with the progressive left of the day. He was a stout follower and open proponent for socialism and even communism.
Well, no, he actually said, and we'll get to this later, you'll hear him in his own voice say it's because they're communists.
Yeah.
He was a Marxist. He was a communist.
Right.
He absolutely believed in, that whole ideal, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of how he was going to correct racial injustice and poverty.
Right, yeah.
Was through Marxism, through communism.
Exactly. And that's something he picked up in college, and that's where he really started buying into that. And
which is not uncommon these days,
no,
too.
It still happens. But like I said, he was very successful. I mean, you see him working his ranks through the Reverend, being a Reverend, getting as a child, he pretended to be a preacher. Well, he becomes a preacher. He gets a ton of followers because he wanted them, so he got them. He's building this group.
I even kind of want to touch on him pretending and play acting, preacher and congregation when he was a child. This was his first experience with seeing somebody, oh my gosh, all these people are listening to this man.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he wanted. He, I guess, felt pretty invisible through most of his childhood.
Yeah.
And this is his first experience with everybody's paying attention to this person. They're hanging on every word this person says.
And that's where I was headed with all this. Is I was going to walk it through from the time he pretended to be a kid and eventually got exactly what he wanted there. His followers that loved him and adored him. He moved that power into political realm where he became successful there too, which gained him more power and more followers. And it all stems back to him being that abandoned, forgotten little kid on the streets that Miss Kennedy found.
Yeah, and me thinking about, that little lonely child and everything, I do have a certain amount of pity. Not sympathy necessarily, but pity. Because, this child had no say in any of this that was happening to him at the time.
Yeah.
So there is that certain amount of pity there. I will go ahead and freely admit that.
For the child, yes, Jim Jones.
For the child. I do not have any sympathy for this man whatsoever. As he got older, because he learned how to exploit this.
Do you think, of course, God's plan is going to work out no matter what.
Always.
But if Miss Kennedy had just minded her own business and went on, do you think that he would have found a way to get to where he is? I personally do.
Yeah,
I
think so.
I wonder how that would have played out.
Because at this point for that child, this is a survival mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
His narcissism was the result of a defense mechanism, his way of surviving in the only world that he knew.
I think the Jim Jones story would have ended in tragedy at some level, no matter what.
Yeah, I just don't know if it would have ended at the level and magnitude that it did.
Yeah, exactly.
This way.
If Miss Kennedy hadn't gave him that idea and that acceptance and that taste of the church and the power and the following that it gives, I don't know that it would have ended with 900 people being killed, but it would have
nearly
ended
1,000.
But the Jim Jones story would have ended deadly, I think, no matter what.
I think so, because I think this was just kind of the track he was on, like his survival mechanisms, his defense mechanisms that he built very early on in his formative years. It was only ever going to end badly.
Exactly.
I mean, he might not have ever become a cult leader, but still for him and for maybe others around him, yes, it's still going to end badly, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It was just the progression would have went in a different direction, I think.
Yeah. So we'll skip forward now. 1972, the San Francisco Examiner profiled Jones in a less than flattering light, calling him an influential preacher who called himself, quote, the prophet, and claimed to be raising the dead.
Mm-hmm.
But investigations after that article went nowhere.
I don't know why they didn't go nowhere, because what they're referring to is Jones claimed that a woman called him a prophet. It's what started that idea, and he latched onto it.
Yeah, and this is kind of where he starts building up this part of his sermon to his followers that he is the prophet. He is almost the son of God, essentially. I don't think he ever actually claimed that.
Yeah, he did.
But it was heavily implied.
Yeah, well, he claimed that he had that he was a prophet and that he had these powers. He went into the let me think I can't think what it's called right now, but he was a believer. Well, what he done is he went to this church, okay, and they were doing a tent revival type situation, and he saw someone lay on hands and heal somebody there. So that intrigued him. So he went back the next night earlier and watched the whole situation where these people would come up to be healed, but he was noticing how much money was exchanging hands while this was happening.
The more healings that happened, the more money these people
exactly.
gave. And
so he realized that these gifts from the Spirit, healing, speaking in tongues, etc., that, my church needs that because of the money coming into it. So he starts bringing this into his congregation. That
was it him that used like calf sprains and stuff? Like
possibly, but I got some examples I'll get to here.
Yeah.
But so he brought this to his congregation, and he says that he has had a vision and that he has been blessed with the power to heal and the power to divine. The power of divinity, and the power to speak and understand tongues. No one else in his congregation did, but he could do this stuff.
Which, okay, in Christianity though, and I mean, I mean, speaking in tongues is one of the gifts of the Spirit, sure, but isn't it usually like one person has the gift of speaking in tongues, and then a separate person has the gift of deciphering
interpretation?
Yeah. Isn't that how that works?
It's believed a couple of different ways. That's one of the beliefs on it. A lot of the theologians and people who studied it think that the gifts of tongues is actually just, and I kind of lean this way, is the Spirit gives your tongue that you can speak in the language that they understand.
Okay.
Like when the disciples,
that would make more sense to me.
When the disciples was going around spreading the word back in Paul's day, for instance, Paul's one spoke about tongues and stuff. To get the gospel spread in countries far and wide that didn't speak your language,
I said there was that language barrier there.
The Holy Spirit would gift the speaker with the gift of tongues, meaning that speaker, when he spoke,
speak that language.
Yeah, when he spoke his normal voice, his normal speech, the Spirit would translate it into the language of the locals so that they could understand
their tongue. Yeah,
that was the gift
See, that
was the
makes a
gift
lot
of
of
tongues.
sense to me, actually. But I mean, that's kind of off in the weeds now too. So.
Yeah. I congressed again. So but anyways, his big one was the power of healing, because he realized that's where the money come from. In this investigation that they's talking about here, it come to find out that some of the things he was doing for these healings were something out of a book or a movie. Like, you wouldn't believe the things he was doing. First off, he would pay people just to fake it, right?
Right. Which is the easiest way to go about that.
Exactly. So, and that's why he changed his tactics a little bit. He realized that people wouldn't stay quiet no matter what the deal was, right? So he was getting these elderly people because they were the easiest ones to manipulate.
Well, that, and it was the easiest ones to believe. I mean, these are elderly people. They're infirm.
People ain't going to ask questions to grandma.
You're not going to look at this healthy person sitting in the audience and say, what do you need to be healed of? I have arthritis.
Oh, no. It's worse. He would have to prove it, he wanted to be as realistic as possible. So this is reported, and one of the things I read in an eyewitness report talking about this is what happens. He had this group that would go with him to do it. They would find these little old ladies and put Quaaludes in their drinks.
So heavy tranquilizers.
Knocks them out, right? They would come to in a different area, a different room, even a different house sometimes, a medical clinic, and I'm air quoting here, with casts on their legs in the wheelchairs and stuff.
Huh.
They would then take them to Jones, explaining that you fell down and you broke your leg.
So they were gaslighting
and
these
you
people.
Just now woke up, so we're going to take you to Jim Jones because he says Father Jones can heal you.
The Prophet Jones, all this.
So this woman, waking up groggy, don't know what's going on, sees the medical evidence that she's been broken, takes them to Jim Jones, who just happened to have a crowd of people around to see it happen. Speaks over her, sometimes in tongues, lays hands on her, cuts the cast off under great fanfare with everybody watching, and lo and behold, the leg is healed. Rise and walk, my sister, and she does. And people ate it up.
Well, I mean, again, people ate it up because this is what they're seeking.
Yeah.
You know, they're looking for miracles. Like all of us Christians, we want to see miracles. Like, we absolutely do. We want to see this miraculous evidence of God, you know? Mm-hmm. We absolutely do. And he knew that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
He knew that. So this goes back to that part of antisocial personality disorder where he consciously saw this need in other people and he exploited it for his own gain because it got him money, because it got him fame. All of this was entirely exploitative, which is very, very key with basically every cult leader. We're not going to see one single cult leader, maybe Marshall Applewhite, like we talked about last time, believed in his own product, basically.
Yeah, I think Applewhite.
Maybe that one.
I think Applewhite 100% believed his.
But Jones, no. He absolutely knew what he was doing.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he was doing. And I think the biggest evidence of that is the very last thing he does proves that he actually believes his own
absolutely. Now I am now reading a note from the Tiny Tyrant. She's wrote "I love you, mommy" at the top of my show notes.
At your notes. Oh, that's cute.
With a little heart. It's adorable. But yeah, I mean, he was giving money to the NAACP, the Ecumenical Peace Institute, which ecumenical is just the kind of not really congregation of different Christian denominations, but kind of a conglomeration, I guess, of them. And the Senior Citizens Travel Service, which what I read, they called it an escort service, which is an entirely different thing in my mind. Well, but no, this was helping like elderly people like get around town, run their errands, do what they needed to do, travel.
Most of these cities have got a version of that.
Yeah, we have it here where we live. Yeah. So, but okay, now we're gonna fast forward September of 1976. The Burtons, which, like I said, they were the U.S. representatives. Where'd I put their names?
So basically, he had been. This is out in California. He had been spent the last 6 to 7 years building this reputation with the
but he did like
with the cities and the politicians, right?
Yeah, the Burtons, Willie Brown, Reverend Williams that I quoted earlier, Moscone, who was the mayor at the time, radical academic Angela Davis, an attorney Vincent Hallinan, and Lieutenant Governor Mervyn Dimley, and a publisher named Carl Gottlieb. And they actually ended up, there was a big benefit dinner and everything, and they all of these people, 2 U.S. representatives, an assemblyman, all this kind of stuff. They're all toasting him, Jones, at this benefit dinner.
Oh yeah, that's don't they wind up putting him in charge of?
A month later, Moscone, the mayor, named Jim Jones to a seat on the San Francisco Housing Authority Commission.
Yeah, and see that also him getting that toast. It wasn't an award. His award was being put on that commission, the housing authority.
They were just kind of recognizing him for his works in the community.
Like I said,
and everything at this dinner.
The last 6 years in that community, in that area, he had put forth all the effort to win people over. Like I said earlier, yes, it was all tongue in cheek when I opened up the show, but the things he was doing, all for his own benefit, ultimately.
He was a darling of the California liberal elite.
Yes, absolutely.
He was an absolute darling of them.
Yeah.
Like they loved him.
They gave him a seat in politics.
Yeah.
No formal training whatsoever. They awarded him a political seat
in the Housing Authority Commission.
And he had, he was on top of the world until the very moment he started selling Tesla trucks and Cybertrucks. And then once he crossed over to
You're mixing up people.
Oh, I'm sorry. So the darling of the left, as long as they stayed a darling of the left and didn't disagree with them, continued to be a darling of the left. Right?
Yes, and that's how we see this.
So I tried to type this to not interrupt you two, but it didn't go well because I used a word that XChat doesn't like. So I have a question. You mentioned Willie Brown. You mean downtown Willie Brown, like the Kamala banging dude?
Like I said, it was that Willie Brown.
I missed that part, so that's why I was double checking.
Assemblyman Willie Brown. Yes, that Willie Brown. Him. Because, okay, look, that's where Kamala got her start, was in San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Willie was already in power in various positions, and I'm sure she knows all about those.
You said position.
Yeah, but that's it. That's another.
Yeah, it's that Willie Brown. So, but okay, after all of this, press members actually start to ask questions starting in about 1977.
Oh, yeah.
So this is when Jones decides to move his diehard followers that were going to just up and, follow him no matter where he went. He moves them to Guyana, South America, where he had actually been building a compound for several years. This is intent. This is premeditation. He knew, I think, that he was going to have to flee the U.S. because he was building this compound in Guyana for several years.
You know what? How he kicked all this off? They were still in Indiana when he started this movement here to get out of the States.
Yeah.
When they fled
California, and then
when they fled Indiana to California, the way he got people to follow him, because he didn't start over fresh in California. He took his congregation with him.
I said there were still diehard followers this entire time.
And the way he done it is he told them that he had a vision. Because remember, this was the 50s. Is when they moved from Indianapolis to California.
50s into the 60s, yeah.
The Cold War was still going on pretty heavy, right? He said that there was going to be a bomb in his vision.
Threat,
bomb go off in the Midwest, and they was no longer safe. So they moved to California in his vision. They told him to move. That's how he justified moving to California.
To escape this nuclear holocaust that he prophesied about.
Yeah,
that he got a vision of.
And now in California, this political his rise to power starts catching attention of the wrong people, or in our case, the right people. And he's like starting to feel the pressure on this kind of stuff. And that's why he decides to start getting the land in Guyana, the socialist country of Guyana.
Yeah.
And
again, this is South America, so he was planning this for years.
Well, the way he got the deal on it is the Guyana government was offering up these plots of land for any international group that wanted this land. All they had to do was come to the land, build. They had to take care of themselves as far as building their own habitats and stuff. But in exchange, they were supposed to grow crops to help feed the populace of Guyana.
Yeah, they became it was the People's Temple, like what, agricultural something?
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact name of it now, and I should have written that down, but that's how it was labeled.
Yeah.
Essentially, it was this agricultural community.
Exactly. And that, so like you were saying, this was planned. You can't just up 1,000 people and go to Guyana all at once.
Well, I don't think all of these people necessarily came from the States, because once they got to South America, they actually had some of the neighboring people, the community and everything.
Mm-hmm.
They would send their kids to the quote unquote school at Joenstown. Well, like there were propaganda videos that they were putting out all the time of these children like laughing and, coming out of the school and everything, going home, and, they were going to go help their parents, with crops and everything. And it was presented as this wonderful thing.
Let me back up. You can't just take 3,000 congregation people and move them all to Guyana at once. Jones knew this. And like you said, it tends to premeditation. He already knew that when he did flee, he was going to not have his whole congregation. He was going to have some people following for sure. So he had it set up with the guy in the government, like you said, with these promises to not only do the agriculture, which was part of the deal, but he had made promises to bring in infrastructure, to bring in schools for the people in the area, to help build roads for people in the area,
to give them jobs.
Yeah, I mean, he had made this, again, telling Guyana everything they wanted to hear, so that they would bring him in and not give him a lot of crap when he come through the border.
Well, and they also, I think the people in South America and everything, when they were talking to him, probably weren't aware of all of the issues that now he's trying to escape.
No, I mean, of course, Jones didn't say like, "Oh, I needed a political asylum down there." He sold it as this is good for you, just like he sold the
Everything
People's Temple is
preaching.
good to you. He sold Guyana the same stuff that he was selling his followers.
Yeah, with the followers, is we're going to solve racial injustice and poverty and everything. And with them, the poverty tied into that because of the communism aspect of it, the Marxism. This is just going to be a place where we can all get together and live in harmony, and everybody works and everybody eats, and, nobody owns anything. That whole aspect of Marxism was put into play here in South America.
Yeah, it was basically a socialist commune, which is communist basically,
Yeah.
in a socialist country. And he had made a deal with their socialist president that if you let us in, we're going to do all these good things for you and for your country because we're such good socialists.
We're so benevolent and,
So when the time comes, they start coming over the border through customs and all that stuff. They don't blink an eye. All the followers had to do is say, hey, we're with People's Temple, agricultural, whatever it was. And
these are not single people. These are families at the same time.
And the custom officials be like, oh, you're with them? Come right on through. They didn't check bags. They didn't check crates, nothing. They ushered them right through. And that's going to come in importance later. That's why I'm bringing that up.
So we're kind of, and I do like that we're kind of burning through at least the facts of this very quickly, because then the rest of it can be just discussion. But so now we're in 1978. Let's fast forward to then. It has come out, there are people that have left this commune and that are saying that they're trying to get their other family members out of there. So in 1978, Congressman Leo Ryan, he goes to Joenstown because he's going to investigate all these claims that people are being held against their will. They're being abused. He goes in with photographers and reporters and other people. Like, he was not alone when he did this.
No, he had an entourage with him.
He had an entourage.
But what tipped that off really is when the followers got down there, they would promise all these things. Well, it turns out their compound and living quarters wasn't anything like was promised.
It's
Because
like anything with socialism.
remember, in 1977, it's when the migration to Guyana started. This is just 78. They wasn't there long. But the people there, their living arrangements was horrid. Their work conditions was horrid. The abuse from Jones cranked up to unbelievable levels. The control and all that. And this one woman, I don't remember her name now, was wanted out. But one of the things that happened is when they would get to Guyana, first off, they would take all their funds away from them. All their money would go into the bank, the People's Church Bank, People's Temple Bank.
All the money went back into those coffers.
And then they also took their passports for quote unquote safe keeping.
Yeah.
So basically, all these people were there, and they can't leave. They have no passport or anything to leave with. First off, there's no way for them to leave the compound because, and something else Jones was doing, I'll tell you after this. They couldn't leave the compound, but they were still being able to go into town to buy supplies and stuff for the temple under guarded watch. But they was also getting mail from the town would come up to them. There'd be a postman to come up. Well, one day the postman is coming up in a taxi, and he hops out and he goes like, "Is this where the American citizens are?" And the lady on the porch several weeks before had sent a letter to her parents saying, "I got to get out of here. This is crazy." She wanted out, but she was playing it cool because she knew that there was punishments if not.
Harsh punishments. And
So
I think that's where the allegations of abuse came from.
when she says it depends, so the guy asked about American citizens. She yells back from the veranda, the porch, and says, "It depends. Who are you and what do you want to know?" And at that point, that woman's mother steps out of the back seat of that car. Of course, she recognizes her mom. She jumps over the railing of the veranda.
That's my note for after you're done.
Jumps over the veranda, runs to the car, and on her way, she's screaming, "Don't give up your passport. Don't give up your passport." Runs into her mother's arms, screaming, "Take me home. Take me home now."
That's awful.
So they jumped back in the car and they fled back to the town before anyone can come out. Her getting back home is what peaked off Ryan and everything, because that's when they knew something.
I think that's the
crazy
same woman
bad.
I'm thinking of, and I say woman because she is a woman now, and we've referenced the People Magazine Investigates when they did their whole series on cults. They actually do interviews with some of the survivors, some of the people who managed to get out of Jonestown before everything happened. Some of the stories and everything are absolutely awful because Jones, and you actually mentioned this earlier, or to me earlier, but not on the show. Jones, when he was a child, had a fascination with Hitler.
Yeah.
Like an absolute fascination with Hitler.
Yes.
And I actually think that one of these stories from this survivor, I don't know if it's the same girl that you were just mentioning. Don't know if it's her, but she was a young girl at the time.
I want to say her name was Yolanda, her first name, but I may be wrong. Yolanda
You
Williams,
know me,
maybe?
I'm not good with names. But I've distinctly there is a clip of this woman talking about when she was a girl, that in the schools and everything, Jim would get to go in on these sermons, and he would go until 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, all hours of the night. This girl said that, of course, she's young and everything. She's dozing off. And she said, Jim woke me up, and I was looking into the barrel of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that if I dozed off again, he would have to shoot me.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an enormous amount, especially with these children, of psychological abuse going on for them.
Before, you had mentioned Congressman Ryan was on his way with a group to investigate Jonestown.
Again, he had reporters. He had other people with him.
Do you want to talk about all the abusive stuff that was going on at Jonestown before we talk about Ryan and the runway, or do you want to go ahead and go through
No,
that
it's
and then
probably
go back to it?
relevant to go into the abuses that were suffered.
Okay.
I know there were other survivors and everything that said one of them was like a teacher, quote unquote teacher, in the school and whatnot. And her and the children, these are young children. I mean, we may be talking like as early as 5 years old. They have to be in school, about the normal time from morning to in the afternoon. But then they'd all have to go back out and like deal with the crops, deal with the agriculture and everything. And then they would have to go and just eat rice or something that had weevils and other pests and everything in it. There were bugs in their food.
Well, they needed protein with their rice.
I mean, maybe that was his reasoning there, but I'm sorry. Like, I even gag when I'm putting out food for the birds and those mealworms are still moving. So I don't like it. Like, there's absolutely no way. I probably would have starved to death before anything ever happened if it were me.
Yeah.
Just because of that. But, I mean, the living conditions were horrific.
I have details on that if you want them.
Yeah, go ahead.
First off, Mr. Brass, the fascination with Hitler wouldn't necessarily be a sign of trouble if they were like a historian. And I completely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done studies on Hitler too in a historical manner and especially his art and stuff like that.
Well, me too. Like, I actually kind of had an obsession with World War II when I was growing up, but it was also in the same vein as my true crime obsession always was I need to understand how these people could have gotten to this point to be able to do these horrific things. What happened here?
I think Jones's obsession was from the opposite view. It's like, how did he talk them into doing these
Absolutely. Things? How did this man gain control over an entire country?
The people of Lynn, Indiana would talk about how anytime a radio would talk about Hitler or the Nazis and the war that was going on at the time, that he would click his heels and do the salute and sing Hail Hitler.
Yeah.
Anytime it was brought up. So he seemed to be fascinated as a fan.
Rather than an intellectual, like, how did this happen type of deal.
Right. But back to the living conditions. When they arrived in Guyana, this is from some quotes from people that survived. And there was 100 plus that survived.
No, I think there were barely fewer than 100 members actually survived.
I saw like 109.
But there were some. I say fewer than 100 survived that event.
I'm talking about the ones that got out
before.
First. Yeah.
They
was a little over 100.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are more survivors than that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so they was talking about when they would come into Guyana, they would have to show their passport and all that. And which I was actually surprised they had passports in the 70s. I didn't know. But so they, when they told them they was with the People's Temple, what's it called?
Yeah, the People's Temple.
When they told them was that group, the people of Guyana, the customs would just smile and their demeanor would change. They would just wave them on through, welcoming them, thanking them for coming. Is this your luggage? Yes. Okay. Your crates are coming off the plane right now. And one of the women that I saw interviewed said, crates, all I have is this. And the custom guys just kind of looked at her blankly, just kind of staring. And the other Joenstown representative that was meeting them at the gate would say, yes, that's her gate, or yes, that's her crate that comes with us. Those are supplies. And they'd bring them on in. So the deal that Jones had made with the Guyanan government already was shady. And now you've seen these crates being brought in through customs and not even being blinked at. So
and
it makes
the people that they're supposedly attached to are like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. So it comes to find out that, yes, there was some things in the crate that we'll never know what was in there. But also inside the crate was firearms, rifles. And those rifles was going to Jones.
The deadly, quote unquote, assault rifles.
Those rifles was going to Jonestown for his security force. Some of those rifles was also going to Guyana government to arm their troops, I guess.
They're
That's
military,
they're military.
basically.
So he was running the guns operation out of there too.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't what he was known for, but he was also doing that just for his own gain, so that he could have the guns that he wanted.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, well, I'll throw a few your way too. It wasn't actually, I don't think you could call it a gun running operation, because that brings to mind like kind of cartel type stuff. And
you're just getting in the size of it. It's absolutely a gun running operation because he was bringing them across the borders into foreign countries. But again, he's also bringing drugs and things like that along too for his own consumption and no telling what else.
Money.
But he was definitely using his church and their mission down there for some nefarious
It was
reasons.
his front, just like basically every other cult is.
Right. So that was one of the things. Now, when the people got to the compound, they realized that these buildings had no running water, no electricity. They had triple bunk beds, not just 2, but 3 bunk beds. Some of these buildings had
They were literally stacked on top of each other.
Some of these buildings had up to over 100 people in each building because of the way it was set up.
And stacked on top of each other.
Yeah. Again, you had Guyana, South American heat, the mosquitoes.
What's saying? You're thinking no running water, so there's no plumbing.
Yeah,
there's no showers.
No, the living conditions, the heat, number one, the mosquitoes, the poor hygiene conditions, it began to make people sick pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, the people were suffering in a lot of ways. And then the men had their bunkhouses, the women had theirs. If you was a family in the beginning, you could still stay as a family unit, but that changes shortly. But one of the men who was talking about his bunkhouse thing is they would work in the one of the groves, the orchards, and his shift was from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They sometimes got lunch while they worked.
So most of the time it was just 12 hours in that grueling heat.
It was 12 hours.
Basically sun up to almost sundown.
It was 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. When you got in to eat your mess hall, it was usually rice or something very, very small, local type.
It had bugs in it.
Local type vegetation.
Yeah.
And then you were treated to Jim Jones's marathon sermons. So that's the type of psychological warfare right there.
Yeah, because I mean, you saw, was it at Waco that they were like blasting the music 24/7 in Adam? This is kind of essentially the same thing. This man is just basically screaming at you for well into the night and into the early hours of the morning.
Yeah.
And you have to get up at 6 a.m. and go back out into the fields.
So his followers began to realize that, hey, this ain't for me. This is not what we was told was going to happen. So they started wanting to leave, and murmuring started about how bad it was, and they wasn't happy. Well, Jim Jones's response to this was to publicly humiliate and punish them in front of everybody in this big public mess hall where the scene happens.
Yep.
And they would bring them up on stage and explain to the audience how that these people have failed and that they would be punished there in front of everybody. And it usually happened by the quote unquote Board of Education, which was a giant paddle.
Yeah. Brass said, it's sad to hear about the kids that died from the drink. It's one thing for adults to be duped into this, but the children are really innocent. And I'm actually going to get into that here in a little bit because it's way more horrific than I think most people know.
Well, even then, before the fatal night, these children were being abused as well. Not so much physically, but definitely mentally, because anytime a family spoke out, and this was beginning to happen more and more, Jim Jones, in his desperation, I guess, to keep control, decided that it takes a village to raise a child.
Let me ask you this question because it's going to tie into where you're going with this. What's the best way to control two parents?
What's the best way to control two parents?
You threaten their kid. You take their kid.
Mm-hmm. And that's
like that's. I mean, for me, with the tiny tyrant, like if I'm putting myself in this situation, I would do anything, I think, to keep her out of this. Like to keep her from being punished for something that I allegedly did wrong.
And the way he would do it, like you said, he wouldn't physically punish the children, but what he would do is, it takes this motto, it takes a village to raise a kid, you know. I always thought it takes a village to raise an idiot, but maybe I'm mixing them up. There's a village somewhere missing this idiot. But anyways, it takes a village to raise a child. So he would pull the child away from these parents who wouldn't toe into the line.
Yeah.
And have another family raise it.
Yeah. You would take their child. And for me as a mother, like that's one of the worst absolute things that I can imagine.
It eventually turns into basically an orphanage being raised, being raised by these quote unquote teachers.
And then if that wasn't enough, they would actually say, "I will kill your child in front of you."
Oh yeah, it eventually escalates to this.
Yeah.
To threats of murder. But of course, everybody knows that the best way to handle morale is that until the beatings will continue until morale improves. And that's exactly what he did, as he just continues to double down with the viciousness and just the ridiculous rules and punishments that he was throwing out there.
And this indoctrination is continuing via his sermons that would, again, go into the wee hours of the morning.
And it does eventually, just like all the rest of them do, have an element of sex involved.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot of allegations of like sexual abuse of minors with him specifically.
Right.
But yes, he still would give like minor girls to like his security detail, and whatever female they wanted, they could have.
And he also, as the father, he would keep people in line by certain ones would be blessed with his presence. And he would,
to put it very, very
and he
subtly,
would have relations with the couple, both of them, man and female, at separate times, so they would both be tied to him separately.
Well, again, you got to think that with any kind of sexual abuse and everything, it's about power and control. It's not actually about the act of sex.
Of course not.
It's not. So for him to incorporate the man into this too is him saying, "I own you, body, mind, and spirit."
Yeah, and that's exactly what he was doing.
Like, that's exactly what that is. It's not that, I mean, obviously, I think he probably had to have some kind of homosexual tendencies to be able to at least perform with a man. I don't know. Unless it was just that he got off on the power aspect of it, and that was enough for him.
I would assume it'd be the power aspect of it.
Yeah.
But he, and people obviously, like us, wonder how in the world could it get to this point? Why don't they all just leave? Well, again, the mind manipulation that he was doing. These guns.
We've touched on it in every episode, just about. People are seeking something, so it's easy for them to fall into this.
Well, he done it by fear. He had the opportunity to control all media.
Yeah.
Again, Guyana, there was no newspapers. Well, the town had newspapers. They had no access to them. Jim Jones was the only one who was allowed to have a paper.
Jonestown, the actual compound, had no infrastructure whatsoever.
Yeah, there was no TV, no radios or anything. The only
access to the outside world was heavily controlled.
The only thing they had was a ham radio, and Jim Jones was the only one who could operate it, allowed to touch it. So he would have his own. The only way they got news and information was through him. He was the media. So, of course, he was putting out this narrative that the United States had basically fallen.
And we see this kind of thing happen in dictatorships like North Korea, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Like where all of the media is very, very tightly controlled.
When
all of your outside information comes from one source.
And remember, his followers at this point was like 90% black at this point in Guyana. And people who wanted to leave and go back to the United States Again, most of them were African American, black folks, right? Well, in his narrative, the United States, it had fallen. The civil rights movement had failed. And in retaliation, all the white folks was gathering all the black folks and putting them in concentration camps. And that the United States was an enemy and they could no longer go back there.
Yeah.
He also had these fear tactics where just out of the blue in the middle of the night, all these things, gunfire would erupt outside of their compound in the woods, in the forest. And he would say that it's his people fighting off the American troops and stuff to keep them safe. And really was just his own people out there firing guns.
Yeah. But see, that to me is also an amazing amount of control for somebody to have. That he could convince these people, hey, I need you to go out there and do all this shooting and everything. And they know why he's doing it. Well, but they're willing to do it anyway.
Oh, yeah. They was living the good life compared to anybody else there.
So, yeah, I mean, the reward versus punishment system that he implemented here is extraordinary when you think about it.
Yeah,
for this amount of people, because there were nearly 1,000 of them. They could have had an uprising and killed him like right off the bat if they wanted to.
Oh yeah, and one thing, keeping them isolated, keeping them half starved, keeping them sleep deprived, telling them that they're in constant danger and that he and his military, his people are the only ones keeping them safe. It's all psychological, and he was working it perfectly.
Yeah, he knew exactly the buttons to push.
Yeah.
And again, psychologically, this dynamic is absolutely fascinating to me. This specific cult is why I wanted to do this episode, because of this. Because, I mean, I just, the sheer number, again, of people that were under his absolute control is astounding to me. Because at any point, if enough of them had decided to, like, rise up, this would have been over. With a much, much lower body count.
Oh, yeah, for sure. If they would have actually rose up and stood against him.
Yeah. But they were so cowed by this man. That
the punishment versus reward system, and tie that into fear. And then you got
especially when you threaten their children for those who had children. Like,
and then
that's a huge deal.
Then you've got the other people who's bought into it or kind of bought into it. They are... they also don't want to be the odd man out. They don't want to be the one to say no when everybody else is saying yes. So you got that pressure too.
Nobody wants to be the one who is essentially isolated from the crowd. Everybody has that urge to be accepted.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that we've seen in this series play out in different cults time and time again. Right. You don't want to be the odd man out. You don't want to be the one standing against the entire crowd.
His two favorite and most successful tools were fear, and abusive tools was fear and shame.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because those are highly, highly effective. Yeah. Like all of us, none of us like to experience shame. Not one of us. Even when we do something wrong and we know we've done something wrong, it's very hard for us to admit when we do something wrong because we don't want the feeling of shame that comes with that.
Right.
That's a natural impulse that we all have. I absolutely get that. He got it too. And he exploited it.
Yeah, it's lucky for you because you're never wrong. So you don't have to figure it out. You don't have to face it.
See, I have him well trained too.
But again, even with all the fear, the shame, the fake news, about the fall of America,
the propaganda,
all that stuff, the gunshots out in the woods, everything that he was doing to control his people, there was still a lot of turmoil and people wanting to leave.
And some of these people actually did manage to get word out to their families still in America.
Yes.
Which now we're back into the visit from the congressman.
The way they would do it is when they were allowed to go into town to buy supplies or stuff, they would slip notes.
Yeah.
And that's how they got out.
Or, try to use a phone somewhere or something.
That always got squashed. It was always notes they got out.
But I say international calls are difficult, so it was mostly via mail.
And by this point...
they were able to to contact people outside and say, hey, all of this is going on. We need help.
And the reason this contact was allowed is because the guy in the government was beginning to lose faith in Jim Jones.
Because he wasn't delivering on his promises. He wasn't delivering
on his side of the deal.
Which is communism and socialism in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
Always. Always, always. But yeah, now we're back in 1978. So we've got Congressman Leo Ryan, who has gone to Jonestown to investigate rumors that the members were being held against their will and were being subjected to abuse. Because the ones who did want to leave and would try to leave were openly threatened with death. Like, I mean, that was that was not even an issue. They were like, no, I will kill you if you try to leave.
One of the favorite things Jones would say is, go ahead, you're free to leave. I'm not going to pay for your flight, so I guess you better be good at swimming.
Yeah. I mean, he was very notorious with the members for saying that they would die if they tried to leave.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, several members actually did manage to make contact with Congressman Leo Ryan.
Yeah.
And they actually ended up like getting on the plane to go back.
Oh, wait, before you get there, I think that something else is interesting because they got there. They spent 2 days there.
Yeah.
The first day they got there, Jim Jones had got word that they were coming.
He pulled out all the stops. He was going to show them all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah. He had everybody trained. He knew what they knew what to say. They knew what to do. They had a big, long sermon. This huge feast is prepared for them. Remember, everybody else.
All the people cheering and singing and having a good old time.
They've been eating rice and local vegetation this whole time. Now, Jones had juice boxes, ground beef, steaks, pork. He had all that for himself in his warlords.
Inner circle.
But all of a sudden, when the congressmen and these people show up, these reporters, they have it looks like a paradise. And if you see the interviews of that party, they do. Everyone there is so happy to be there. It's the best decision they've ever made. They love it. All is well and good. And what's eerie, if you watch multiple interviews, is almost word for word exactly the same on those interviews.
I think one of the last day, or the day before the last, there actually were members, and there are interviews with them where the congressmen or the reporters are saying, hey, what's going on here? And they're like, we want out. There were some members that were actually on camera like saying, please get us out of here.
At the party, it was all perfect. And you could tell the people that was interviewed was pre-selected. They all had exactly what they were supposed to say. It was all practice. You could tell it. One guy, as they were leaving the party that night, slips a note to one of the reporters. The reporter drops the note.
Yeah.
A child sees the note, picks it up, hands it back to him, say, hey, I think you dropped this. Well, Jones's people see this note being passed. Yeah. So now Jones is very upset, obviously, that this is happening. Well, no, that wasn't at the party. That was the following morning when they come back.
The party was one night. I think the next day was when people started saying, hey, trying to be secretive and trying to tell them we need out.
And they started telling them, like I said, in secret, after their interviews, in secret, they was trying to slip these, hey, get us out of here. That's what the note said too, was please get us out of here.
But I think there were a couple of reporters in this entourage with the congressman.
Yes.
So they actually do have documentation of people coming to them and saying, we want out.
Yes. They do.
It's on camera.
Yeah, but like I said, the party is all great and good.
Mm-hmm.
And then
that was people, the propaganda that he was putting out, that everything is fine here.
Certain people was coming up secretly and sending the stuff out, which was the truth.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure some of the people in this party were still partying. I think some of them actually believed it because they were bought in so deep.
Well, you got to keep in mind, there were so many people that willingly did what they did.
But
at the same time, and
it was that night, because I remember now on my notes, that night is when that first night is when the note was dropped, and he caught wind of the note, because the guy who dropped the note plus some other people realized he knows he's going to kill me. I have to leave tonight.
We have to get word out somehow. Even there were some of them that were like, even if I die, it needs to get out that people are not okay here.
So him and like 5 or 6 other people were going to leave that night, but Jones had that place on lockdown. He had his guards everywhere. There was no way they could sneak out at night. So they just kind of blended in with the crowd and laid low for that night.
You got to give it to Jones. He was a tactical genius.
That following morning, when people were starting to get up and move about in this kind of the hectic part of the day, is when the group took off to try to leave. Because one of them kept saying, I never looked back. It was a woman carrying her child.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I never looked back because I was waiting for that gunshot.
Yeah.
She said, I did not want to see it coming.
Yeah.
And they make it to the woods, into the forest, and they're leaving towards the airfield. They actually hear Jones's guards talking about their rifles and stuff on their way to the airfield for what's about to happen now.
Yeah.
The people who are escaping that night get close enough to that attack group that they realize what's about to happen.
And I don't think, even if other members had not tried to leave with the congressman and his entourage, I still think that Jones probably never intended for those people to leave.
At the time that the reporters got the truth out, that's when Jones said they're not leaving. If his plan with the party would have worked, they would have left. But because it got exposed, at that point is when it falls apart.
Had that entourage with the congressman and everything said after the party, oh, okay, well, everything looks fine here, and they went to go home, probably would have been okay.
Exactly. But the fact that one person got that real message out, and then others started getting emboldened enough to do the same.
Yeah.
The reporters at that point had the story. The congressman and his entourage was going to take as many people with them as they could. At that point, Jones had lost control.
Now, that's actually my immediate thought here. As good as Jones was at reading people and everything, there's one thing he did not account for. Desperate people will do desperate things. Mm-hmm. I don't think he accounted for that. I think he had everybody in Jonestown so locked down. I think he actually believed that.
Yeah.
That he didn't think that anybody would be so desperate to try and get out. And I think that's his downfall, because then we see everything at the airstrip go down.
Yeah.
There are people, they got out. Some of the members actually made it to the airfield. Or I say airfield, it was this tiny little like dirt strip.
It would still be an airfield, yeah.
I mean, you could not get a commercial liner in there at all. You had to have like a little puddle jumper bring you in and out.
Yeah.
They managed to get a handful of people of the members on this plane.
Well, they was also had trucks there to take them to the bigger airport too.
Yeah.
So they was going to try to get them out more ways than just one. I think the airplane was mainly for the congressman and his entourage, and the trucks was to get the people out.
At this point, I think Jones had told them, okay, anybody who wants to leave can leave.
Oh, yeah. He's actually says that on camera.
Yeah. So, anybody who wants to leave is free to leave, is what he actually said.
Because the people who had that note, the following day, he actually gives Jones the note. He's like, or no, it's maybe later that same night, I don't know. But he gives Jones the note, and you see Jones on camera read the note, and his whole demeanor changes. And he starts talking about how hateful and disappointed it is that some of his people
would turn
turning against him and spreading all these lies and all this kind of stuff. And you can just see his whole demeanor change. And that's when he comes up with this line that they're free to leave. Anybody who wants to leave is free to leave anytime they want to. But at that moment, he knew he lost.
Yeah, he knew that everything was going to be falling apart at this point, because they were going to go back to America. They were going to tell people what was happening there.
So that's, and another thing is, I also think that he knew that this could be a problem. It could end up being this way, because he would have white night practice, which was a mass suicide event if basically the world falls like he said was going to.
He had been this entire time preaching about what he called a revolutionary suicide.
Yes.
Because it was a way for them to make a statement to the world about what they believed. And it needed to be an act of revolution.
And he would call them white night drills. And they would drink Flavor Aid, unsweetened, would be the drink. So the people knew this drink was.
He wanted to see who would hesitate, essentially. So that way he could kind of weed out those people and whatnot.
Yeah, so he had practices for this coming.
Yeah. And
now, when he reads this note and realizes that the congressman knows, this is when he has to put that plan into motion. He knows he's done
when the
that.
congressman, these reporters know, and they're taking people back to America that were part of this community, he knew it was all over then. Like, I think he made up his mind in that instant, okay, it's done.
Yeah.
And at the airfield, we actually then see Congressman Ryan is killed along with 4 others.
Yeah.
11 are injured. Some of these were some of the members too.
Yes.
That were trying to escape.
Do we know who fired the first shot in this case?
I don't know the name of the person, but it did come from like the tree line.
So it was Jones's people.
100%. They were trying to get on a plane. They weren't expecting an attack.
That's true. It was a sneak attack.
It was an ambush attack.
Ambush attack. You're right. You're right. And then I know Congressman gets killed. He gets killed on the runway. He don't even make it to the plane, right?
Yeah, he's taken out first. Jones doesn't know this at the time, and I'm going to play a clip here in a few minutes where it's Jim Jones actually, like, right after this attack has happened. Mm-hmm. But Jones doesn't know that the congressman has already been killed. He was killed right there on the runway.
Right.
Another member, they say that they were in the airplane at the time and they heard the gunshots and everything. And then this one man heard his mother screaming and everything. And he looked over at his wife and he said, the top of her head is gone.
Right.
She was the first member killed. I cannot remember her name. I plan to post an in memoriam as best I can. But because there are so many victims of this, it's just going to have to be over on X.
You're going to put it on the Front Porch Forensics.
Yes, I'm going to put it on our page and pin that one because there's just so many.
FP_forensics.
Yeah, so the in memoriam, look for that there because I genuinely, even if I started now, I don't think I'd have enough time to list all of them.
And like I said, it'll be the pinned tweet on @FP_forensics over on X. And you can read through all the names there.
But according to the interviews and the documentaries and everything, this man's wife was the first casualty that was actually a member trying to escape. Because she had been hit in the head by a bullet. She had been struck in the head from outside the plane. Because they were just shooting. I don't know that necessarily they were aiming at all. Because they said that from inside the airplane, they could hear everybody screaming. They could hear everybody running around. But it was chaos.
Yeah, I mean, they just opened fire,
Yeah, I mean, and again, Congressman Ryan, Leo Ryan, plus 4 others were actually killed right there on the runway. But 11 others were injured in that specific attack. And Rick, I think I can go ahead and let you play the actual like death recording that we have of Jim Jones instructing his followers about what they're going to do. So if you've got that queued up and everything, we can go ahead and do that.
How very much I've loved you. How very much I've tried my best to give you the good life. But in spite of all of that I've tried, a handful of our people with their lies have made our life impossible. There's no way to detach ourselves from what's happened today. Not only we're in a compound situation, not only are there those who have left and committed the betrayal of the century, some have stolen children from others and they're in pursuit right now to kill them because they stole their children. And we are sitting here waiting on a powder keg. I don't think this is what we want to do with our babies. I don't think that's what we had in mind to do with our babies. It was said by the greatest of prophets from time immemorial, no man takes my life from me, I lay my life down. So to sit here and wait for the catastrophe that's going to happen on that airplane, it's going to be a catastrophe. Or almost happened here. Almost happened. The congressman was nearly killed here. But you can't steal people's children. You can't take off with people's children without expecting a violent reaction. And that's not so unfamiliar to us either. Even if we were Judeo-Christian, if we weren't communists, the world, the kingdom suffers violence, and the violence shall take it by force. If we can't live in peace, then let's die in peace.
Yeah, that's just astounding to me. If we can't live in peace, then let's die in peace. And people are cheering this.
Yeah, they're hearing him applauding and agreeing with everything you say.
And he literally just told them, like, they're trying to take our children, so we can't let that happen. He's telling them ahead of time, because of this attack on the airfield and everything, we have to die. Our children have to die. And this is where I have a very hard time talking about this, so y'all just maybe bear with me if I choke up a little bit. It was Flavor Aid, which is an off-brand of Kool-Aid. It was laced with sedatives and tranquilizers, and then cyanide was handed out as well. And in some of the photos from the scene, you can actually see the jugs of cyanide sitting there on tables and everything. And here's where it gets me. The parents, especially of the young children, the little ones, they were instructed to actually dose their children first before they ever ingested anything. So, and even infants, like, if any of you are parents, you know those little syringes that come in like children's medicine packages, you know? It's just that little syringe that you can, kind of squirt stuff into their mouth. They pass those out to parents too. And, women were holding their babies, and they were squirting the cyanide into their mouths and making their babies take it before they ever were instructed to kill themselves. So I don't even know how to. I don't know how to comprehend this, because I can't. There's no scenario in which I could ever imagine doing that to my child.
But again, like I said, they had practiced this. They knew, in theory, what they were.
Eventually, this was going to be requested of them, that it was going to be required.
That's why they had the practices and all this kind of stuff. I don't think that they really understood how severe cyanide is.
Yes, cyanide and arsenic are two of probably the most painful ways you can poison somebody. It is not quick.
Some of the survivors that were actually there at this time, they said that when it all started, as you heard, there was cheers and people clapping and celebration. And they said as it first started passing out, they were singing hymns and things like that as they first started ingesting the cyanide and everything. And then, is there anything else you want to read before I say this?
No.
And then when the screaming began, is when people started balking. In most cases, it was far too late because they had already ingested the poisons.
But they saw what was coming for them.
They saw because it reacted quicker on some people than others, but they saw how the agony and the pain and just how terrible this death was. And some of the people that hadn't ingested it yet, they began to flee. They wanted out. They were throwing down their drinks and stuff. And Jones's military and some of his most faithful inner circle was catching these people and forcing it on them, or even just flat out shooting them.
Yeah.
If they tried to flee.
Another thing that gets me is that Jones himself didn't even have the courage to go out the way that he was telling his followers to go.
Right. Last week we mentioned that Applewhite believed it because he was I believe was the first one in his group to
Because of just the way his body was found, we believe that Applewhite was the first one to commit suicide. And
with the Heaven's Gate stuff.
Because he believed what he was preaching.
Exactly.
So.
And this is because Jones actually was found, his toxicology report was clean, and he had a gunshot wound to his head. So he saw how brutal it was, and I don't think he ever intended to take the Kool-Aid or the Flavor Aid. I think he always intended on the gunshot wound, the gunshot death.
I don't think he ever intended to survive it, but I'm like you. I don't think that he also ever intended to poison himself, because he didn't believe what he was telling them. Like,
no.
It was just, he loved having the adoration of that group of people. Mm-hmm. He loved having the power over them. That's it. That's all that this was about for him.
Right. His death, his suicide by henchman, because it's believed he had someone else shoot him. Yeah. One of his aides, is no less. It's not much different than suicide by police or something along those lines, in my opinion. When someone realizes they have no way out and their life is over and they're done, they don't want to face the consequences of prison life or whatever, and they do the suicide by police, just in general terms. I think his way out was not much different than that. It's a coward's way out because he had no true conviction of what he was preaching.
No, and he knew that, he didn't want to spend the rest of his life in jail for this. Because I'm sorry, this was one suicide and nearly 1,000 murders. In my mind.
There is no way he would ever spend life in prison because someone else would have control over him. Exactly. And that's an idea worse than death to him.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you're right. This should be, instead of a mass suicide event, in my mind, it should be a mass murder event.
And we kind of went back and forth, at least on the last episode with Heaven's Gate, about including Marshall Applewhite as a victim in the in memoriam. But again, we personally believe that he believed everything that he was telling these other people. So
I think Applewhite was the first follower of the Heaven's Gate cult, and that the actual leader died in 85.
Yeah.
And then he was just the highest ranking member, so he took over.
Yeah, and so that's why he was included in that. But Jim Jones is not going to be included in my memoriam.
No, Jones,
he's a murderer.
Absolutely.
Again, I keep going back to the woman force feeding her own infant baby cyanide. I cannot get past that. But at the same time, I don't know if I even consider her necessarily a victim, because she bought into all this. How, at that point, how do you not wake up and say, this is not right?
You can't say that, because yes, she injected or didn't inject, but force fed her child and killed him. But in other cults, you got mothers freely giving over their daughters to the men in those cults.
At least then you're not killing your child, though.
Not physically.
But actually take the step to kill your child while they are in your arms.
I could think of situations where I would do that.
That's unimaginable to me. I can't. I don't know. There's like a wall in my mind against this. I can't. And this is exactly where my fascination comes from.
The kids inside the makeshift oven at Waco. I would have pulled the trigger.
Yeah, I just don't even know that I'd bring myself to do that.
Now,
even though I know it would be more merciful than what they experienced. I logically can understand this. But
you're a woman. You can't think in logical terms.
That actually is exactly where I was about to go with this.
Hang on, Bubba. You're getting close to shopping list material there.
No, he's right.
I'm 100% right. Women can't think in logical terms, especially when it comes to children and their own offspring.
We can't, because we're not designed that way. And so I don't know how these women got to that point.
And here's the thing: that doesn't make a woman weaker or less
than.
No, it doesn't, because we're just built differently.
We're designed to complement one another. Where I'm emotional, you're logical, and where you're more logical, I'm the emotion there.
Yeah, and like I said, that I don't want to misinterpret. I don't want to say that is a weakness that you think emotionally versus logically. That's not necessarily a weakness. I'm just saying there's the difference exists, and it's a real difference.
Yeah, and like you said, it's not a bad thing.
Right.
So my inability to fathom being able to hold my child in my arms and stick a syringe in their mouth and force feed them cyanide. I have a very real mental block there. Like I can't fathom that. I can't do it.
Well, like I said, they had been practicing. They had been fed a lie about what cyanide would do. Number one.
But saying these are the diehards too. They bought into this completely.
Yeah, these are the ones that again they thought they were all going to go to heaven through this too.
And that they were sacrificing themselves. And he even almost quoted scripture there saying, the best thing that a man can do is lay down his life for his friends, basically. Like, but you weren't laying down your life for your friends. That's not what they were doing. And I don't know how this is exactly why I got into this true crime stuff as a kid. Because I can't understand it, and I need it to make sense in my mind.
They were sold the line that this is the best for them because if they get caught and sent back to the United States, it would be worse.
But I say they were told that basically the U.S. was like a war zone. It was like Nazi Germany.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. It was death camps of Germany. That's what they were being told. So to them, the thing to do would be this peaceful death that they controlled.
Oh, and that he did tell them it was going to be a peaceful death.
And that they would be awarded heaven through this because they were in the right. So that mindset is what they had. We understand it from the outside looking in, but to say that I don't understand how they could do it, to me, I logically can understand how they could force feed that kid because they believed so heartedly that what they were doing was the correct thing, their only way out. Yeah, do I think that's crazy?
I can understand your reasoning here. I can logically understand this, but at the same time, there's still that mental block there. Like I can't get to that point.
Oh, I know. Again, you're an emotional mother, and you never will. That's why I'm here to balance out this podcast.
Yeah, but he's absolutely not advocating that like we kill our children. Like he's not condoning anything that's happened here. He's not saying that just because he can understand how they got to that point, he's not saying that it's okay. So I think that's probably worth at least getting that out there. Like, because some people could probably misconstrue that if they really wanted to. But
anybody can twist somebody's words. I'm not saying that there's any certain any kind. No one could ever talk me into harming my own child. Now, my child's boyfriend, that might be a different story.
You can't do that.
Huh? I can do whatever I want. But, are we still broadcasting? Disregard that part. He's a good boy.
He's still not happy that she has her first boyfriend, so.
Does he like Flavor Aid?
I don't know.
We're going to find out. We're getting pretty close to wrapping up the show now. I mean.
I needed that laugh here. That's bad.
We can sit and talk about Jonestown for another hour, but everybody that's listening here is familiar with Jonestown. There is a plethora of There's a plethora of documentaries out there that you can look it up and deep dive as well. So we're not going to begin going into any more in depth on this. I do suggest that if you do have some interest in it, then like I said, there are some really good documentaries. Most of them kind of focus on his adult life in Jonestown era.
They'll mention the childhood in like passing.
Yeah, you can find some, especially on YouTube. We found some that actually looks more into his childhood, which I found really interesting. But yeah, go check them out.
Like I said, my recommendation is the People Magazine Investigates.
Mm-hmm.
They have just a whole series on cults themselves. And it's completely fascinating. And this one specifically about Jonestown, they actually interview survivors, which I think their perspective needs to be elevated.
Oh, yeah.
These victims that always are in the forefront of our minds doing this show. So listening to the survivors, honoring the people who died because of these absolutely insane people. To understand the crime and everything, we have to understand the person. So we do kind of focus on them a lot. But it's the victims that we want to leave y'all with at the end of every episode. And in this one, there were about, at Joenstown, there were fewer than 100 members of the People's Temple that survived that massacre. And this was actually, up until about 9/11, I think, was the largest mass death in American history.
And some people point out that it didn't actually happen on American soil, and that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still American history because they were American citizens
and
it
moved
was
there. And
yeah, they, even though they were in Guyana, they were still American citizens.
And I'm sure there were actually like South American citizens that joined up with this commune and
I'm
everything.
sure they probably were.
And
too.
again, every single victim that we have a name for, I'm going to post on our page because it's just entirely too long a list.
Tell them the page.
But you can find us. Our show page is FP_forensics on X. I'm Bumpstock Barbie. I also write for Twitchy, which that link is in my bio too.
Yeah, and again, on front FP_forensics will be the pinned tweet. Probably either later tonight or tomorrow we'll put it up. Again, it's 909 names. So it's going to be a big list, and you can welcome to read over it or just say a prayer in general over
all of them. Yeah.
But as far as naming off where you can find me, it's at Bumpstock Ken on X, and that's pretty much all I do.
And we'll eventually probably be part of Barbie's Garden someday. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Did I say that out
loud? Yes, future fertilizer. But like I said, I got 8:56 on my clock right now. So here in a few minutes, we have on KLRN radio, directly behind us is Juxtaposition.
Yeah, the guys are going to be rolling right into it, and it's part 2 of their show on the Mandela effect, which I've always found fascinating. So I know I'm going to be listening.
Right. I know Rick is host on it, and I think
Orty
is there too. And Rick has been the voice you've been hearing in the background chiming in. He is the producer extraordinaire, and there's no way we could do our show without him. I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah. So yeah, y'all just look for the in memoriam on our show page. So.
And stay tuned for Juxtaposition with Rick and Orty. I stayed tuned and listened last week, and
we're going to be in the chat. So
it was a great time, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to get into tonight. And we'll probably be in and out of the chat too, following along.
All right. Good night, you guys.
I listen to a lot of true crime. I listen to it at night. I like the girl talk. It makes me feel alright. I like scary stories in the morning, and I like them at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel just fine. I listen to a lot of true crime.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
Yeah. An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dazzle me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis. Now streaming on Freevee.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors. We're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's confounding. Truth is fleeting. Memory takes its toll. But think back close enough for very much longer. Reality's lost control. I remember reading Berenstain, but now it's Berenstein. The past keeps on shifting and I'm questioning my brain. Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Looney Tunes or Looney Tunes all this time? Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again.
And welcome back in for part 2 of our annual deep dive into the Mandela effect. This is Juxtaposition. We normally do this thing every 2 weeks. Every fortnight, as our good friend Brad with the good hair likes to say. We take a deep dive into the weird, the unusual, the unexplainable. And this time, it is the Mandela effect. And there was so much material. One, we owed you guys an episode because we didn't do one 2 weeks ago. So we did one last week, and now we're doing one this week. And it's because there's lots of little offshoots that have come out of the Mandela effect. So we're going to finish the main Mandela stuff, and then we're going to go into some of the offshoots. And we're just going to go till it's either 2 hours or until we run out of gas, whichever one comes first. So I'm Rick. He's Ordy, and you're not. And it may sound weird in a second when Ordy talks because there's 2 of him, and I'm trying to find out which one is the right one. I'm seeing 2 Amish. I don't know what to do. Good evening, sir. How are you? Uh-oh. He's not responding. This is not good. I don't think he can hear me. He's deaf, Jim. He's deaf. You can't hear me, can you? Yeah, I can hear. I can't hear you though. So, yeah, yeah. Right now, this is all I got. But nope, wrong one. I always do that. I'm gonna go ahead and kick the bonus you out too. So hopefully, when you rejoin, it'll just be the one and the only you instead of your mirror universe twin. See, this is why I blame CERN. Just saying. All right, let me fix this too because the video is still playing in the background. I just realized I haven't changed off of that yet. Okay, so hopefully Amish will be back in a minute. How's everybody else doing tonight? How is everybody out in KLR and Radio Land? Did I mention that, live radio sometimes glitches happen and then we're just kind of sitting here going, oh, this didn't go as planned. But yeah, so we're here, we're live, and it's live radio. And I have an Amish again. Let's see if we can hear one another. Hello? I think you're having a loop because all I hear is a little squeaky sound. Okay, so hey, this is me riffing for 3 minutes. All right, so if you missed last week, basically what we do every year is we do a deep dive into the Mandela effect because it happens to be one of our most popular topics, and I think that's because there's almost everybody that kind of feels it to a point because there's things that you remember. And one of the ones I'm going to talk to Amish about here in a minute actually happened to me last night, but I don't want to give it away until I have a chance to talk to him. But one of the ones we have talked about before that actually is exclusive to me as far as I know, is there is a sculpture right as you enter my children's school. My youngest graduated there. My granddaughter is currently going. Well, actually, yeah. Well, one of my granddaughters is going there, and a couple, a grandson and a granddaughter will likely go there too. There is a sculpture. It's the mascot is the Warriors. There's a sculpture that, according to my kids, has always been there. Because I asked them. Because we were driving a couple months ago, as I was driving past the school after we picked up Gracie, because I have to pick her up from a different spot, and then we go home and we go around to the other side of the school and just go up the back road to get back to our house. And there's this sculpture of Indian arrows like in the ground, and I'm like, when did they put that in? And my daughter looks at me and says, "Dad, that's always been there." Like, there's no way. I used to drive in there all the time to go watch your brother play football. If that was there, I would have known." And she's like, "Dad, that's always been there." So yeah, I have Mandela, like little Mandela effects all the time. And it honestly, it used to freak me out. Now I'm just like, yeah, I honestly think there might be something to it. But yeah, so at this point, we're just wait, who's in the house? There are okay, I see that. Okay. Welcome, sir. We're waiting on Amish to make an appearance. He's having a technical issue. So I'm just kind of riffing for a minute about the Mandela effect. But yeah, that one honestly messed with me really, really hard. And another one that kind of messed with me, and I have a really good memory, but it's not what it once was. So some of this that I'm talking about could actually just be misremembering, but I don't really think so. Another one is, I guess, in season 5 of Quantum Leap, they changed the intro, and it sucked. And I was rewatching it a couple of years ago because I was like, yeah, I was going through this, new TV sucks, so I'm gonna watch all the old stuff again. And I did that for a long time. Honestly, I still kind of do, especially if I'm trying to go to sleep or something. I've been told it's a trauma defense because I turn on something that I'm familiar with, so my brain's not trying to engage. I don't know. That's what my therapist told me. But yeah. So anyway, I realized that on season 5 of Quantum Leap, they changed the intro music, and it sucked. It was like Deep Space Nine, and they sped it up. Well, Deep Space Nine, when they sped it up, they made it cool. This one, yeah, no, this time it sucked, and I'm like, I never remember it being that way. And I remember watching the last season because I was still in high school when the last season was. Okay, so hopefully we have an Amish now. If my board will cooperate with me.
How about now?
I can hear you now. Yay.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So earlier when I logged in, when FPF was on,
Yep.
that browser just disappeared. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I logged back in again, and that doubling up anyway.
Well, what had happened was there was a timeline shift, and in this timeline, you hadn't logged in yet.
Yeah, that's okay. That tracks. How you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, not much. I was just kind of riffing about the Mandela effect, flying solo for about 5 minutes while we were figuring out your tech issues. I was telling everybody about the Quantum Leap one, and then the one that I was telling you a couple weeks ago about the sculpture that's outside of my kid's school that I swear to God wasn't there, and all my other kids are like, "Dad, that's always been there." I'm like, "Yeah, no. I would remember that because that's a cool ass sculpture."
It has not always been there.
But so I had one last night too, though. So after Aggie and I's little foray into Disney movies that didn't suck, I've made an amazing discovery. So granted, Disney Plus's user interface sucks, so you have to manually search for them. But they actually have almost all of the old movies that we were talking about I've been able to find so far. So this morning, as I was getting ready to tackle my day, after because last night I couldn't sleep, so I turned on the first one I turned on was the computer wore tennis shoes, which because one of the ones we talked about. Then I found the $1,000,000 duck. Well, I found the cat from outer space, and well, so I have a question. The cat, do you remember it being a tabby or a black cat?
It was a tabby.
Because I could have swore when I first started, because it freaked me out at first because I turned it on this morning. And I'm like, I could have swore it was a black cat. What the hell?
I want to say it was a tabby, unless I'm confusing it with the cat from Men in Black.
Well, see, that's what I
That
thought.
was kind of a nod to that, with the cat with the belt around it, the
and well, and that's kind of what I thought at first. It was like maybe I'm confusing it with something else, but my brain was like, no, I swear to God, the cat in this movie was a black cat when I saw it when I was a kid. So it was literally freaking me out. I was thinking about it the whole time I was watching the movie. I was like, this was a yeah. So I had a minor Mandela effect this morning. It kind of freaked me out a little bit. Yeah, and even Laura in the private chat is like, it was a tabby. I'm like, I'm telling you, it was a black cat in my universe. Damn it.
Well, there you go. So this week, like you talked about, in the intro, there's been not a lot of spin-offs, but I don't want to call them spin-offs, but new theories around what has caused the Mandela effect. Now, when we first did this show, I was leaning heavy into CERN. I still kind of am. I mean, fuck those guys. Um, and it's I've come to find it. See, one of the evidence that it was CERN, to me, was the "We Are Happy" video, and in that, it's 3 minutes of the
Damn it,
U.S.
find that again, and I did. Sorry.
Yeah, it's it's not worth the 3.5 minutes of listening to "We Are Happy" for the 3, 4 references to it in it. And you kind of have to wonder in it if it's CERN trolling, either because they released this video after 'cause the Mandela effect. It was the phrase was coined in 2009, and this video was released around 2014. Um, so they're either trolling us, with the hey, you think that we had something to do with this? Well, we're going to lean into it. They're trolling us because they did it, and they're just throwing it in our face. And when you watch this video, it's basically just a bunch of it's the U.S. Delegation to the Large Hadron Collider, and they're just kind of being dorks. Some of them being smoke shows while being dorks, but they're just being dorks, dancing around, kind of showing off the main features around CERN. But some things you notice in it is one, there's this old grizzled dude in his office, and he's just got papers all over the place. And around his neck, he's got 2 signs. One of them says #1 Bond, and the other one says Mandela. Now, if you don't know, get that the very first Bond, and we talked about this, and when we talked about this on the Vincent Charles Project, we've talked about you and I have talked about this on previous Mandela Effect shows. The very first Bond wasn't Sean Connery. It was Barry Nelson, who they did there was a US TV production where they were kind of like they'd take famous books and just do like a 45-minute TV show on it. And it was Casino Royale. And in it, the Bond was CIA. And anyway, Barry
Yeah, so
Nelson, Barry
yes.
Nelson, Nelson Mandela. So that's kind of like one throwing it in our face. 2, they're doing this dance in this corridor, and they're all lined up, kind of doing the Shiva dance with the arms waving. If you don't know, CERN has a giant statue of Shiva at the front of the property. It was a gift from India, and this is significant because Shiva is the creator and destroyer of worlds. So anyway, they're doing that dance. And the third one, the weird one, this is the one that's like they're trolling one way or another. There's this kind of like video game board, and what the video game's for, I really haven't been able to ascertain watching the video, but it has the player 1 score is Nelson Mandela's prisoner number, 4664. And his number was actually 46664, but I'm figuring they can only get 4 in it. Otherwise, they really would have leaned into it. So you're wondering, well, what does CERN have to do with the Mandela effect? And while CERN was in operation long before the Mandela effect became a thing, it really got onto people's radar in 2012 when they fired up the Large Hadron Collider. And it's noticed that the bulk of the Mandela effects and people's awareness of it, aside from, like we talked about last episode, did Nelson Mandela die in the 90s or did he die in 2013? And a lot of people remember him dying in the 90s. But a lot of the other artifacts and Mandela effects, the Bears and St. Bears and all they really started to, you could kind of say with the collective autism of the internet, everybody just starting to find these things, hey, Reddit's never, not dug deep into a good conspiracy theory. But that's when a lot of the noticing started happening with it. And later, the second round of them was in 2022 when they restarted the Large Hadron Collider. That's when we get the new crop of Mandela effects that you and I were talking about in the show too. Things that people hadn't noticed before, but it's like all of a sudden, Uncle Moneybags from Monopoly doesn't have a monocle. Pikachu's tail with the black stripe on it, things like that. So that's when the second wave of Mandela effects started to appear. And yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and I've noticed like some things that are freaking me out that are more recent, and I don't know if it's some sort of an offshoot of this or if there's something else. But I mean, even just a few months ago, we were talking about one or two companies that were trying to put robots on the market. Now it seems like almost everybody has one. There,
Yeah.
there's stories breaking every day. I saw a company, and I don't remember what country they're out of, but they're actually they're allowing people to option off their likeness and their voice to a humanoid robot that will, I mean, as long as it's dressed, will look pretty human for
Oh
like
my God.
$200,000. It's just all of a sudden, all these things are just happening all at once, and it's just so weird to me. I don't know if it maybe has something to do with all the crap that CERN's been doing, or if it, I mean, it's just like little things that are happening like all at once, like overnight. All of a sudden, AI can do full on animations. Everybody's been freaking out about that. It's like it went from not being able to do it to now it can, and everybody's like, when did it figure that out? Apparently yesterday. I'm just like, I don't, maybe it's just because I'm finally getting to the point where I have to start officially calling myself old, because it just seems like everything's just happening all at once. And there's so many different little random theories that kind of offshoot from CERN that try to explain exactly why things are accelerating. And hopefully we have some time to get into those tonight. But,
And it really does seem to go with the acceleration of, not just the Mandela effects, but, the spurts seem to come, whenever they fire that fucking thing up. And it's like, well, still, what does that have to do with it? The theories go that either, and this kind of goes with some of the other theories we're doing tonight too, that the universe was annihilated. And we're just in kind of like the slow, we either moved into a parallel universe, or because it was postulated by Stephen Hawking, if we ever found the Higgs boson, it would annihilate the planet with its discovery, or it would annihilate the universe with its discovery, because it's just this very little tenuous hold of the laws of physics breaking down. And he postulated that observing it, um, kind of like when you observe other subatomic particles, you're quantifying it, and quantifying the Higgs boson would lead to the annihilation of the universe. So we jumped into a parallel universe where things aren't always the same, kind of like in the sliders thing where everything was just a little bit off.
yeah,
And
well, the further he got away from his home Earth, the weirder things got, and I kind of feel like we're heading in that direction.
yeah, so right. So it's kind of that, and that's where CERN comes into play. It's that some of the artifacts came with us, but and it's like, though there's those who were from the universe we moved into and from the universe that we moved from, and that's why different people will experience entirely different Mandela effects. It's like, it's like where you and I, it's like it on 80% of them, you and I are from the same
Yeah,
universe.
and
But
then
there's
but
20%
there
that you
are
and I, no, I remember it the other way.
yeah, I mean, just like the one we were just talking about. You and
Yeah.
Laura are like, "No, it was a tabby," and I'm like, "No, the fucking cat was black."
Right.
It's like-
So
but yeah, no, I mean, it's just this weird thing, and it's something that just captures the imagination, I think, because there are just so many things that don't make sense.
and it's when we to just call it false memory. False memory works when you're talking about a limited subgroup, but not when you're talking about millions of people. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are on these Reddits, and are on these, the videos for Mandela effect have tens of thousands of views. So it's not, it's, and that's like, well, people are checking it out. Doesn't mean that but it kind of does. So, that, one thing we haven't talked about it since we first did this topic, when you're talking about false memory, it is a real thing. I mean, they've interviewed people who were at ground zero on 9/11. And they interviewed them like 1 year after, 5 years after, and then 10 years after. And then, and then they'll play them back their previous interviews. And in talking with them, they'll say, like, I don't know why I said that. That never happened. So, it's like they had false memories at the time that have either walked back, or they have repressed memories to the point where they don't believe that it happened. And I get that. That's a traumatic experience, much like the annihilation of the universe. So, but it's it just seems to be too prolific to be just a psychological malfunction.
So Steven just brought up a good one, and this is similar to one of the ones that we talked about last week, the position of, South America. There are people who have freaked out with the most recent map of our galaxy that shows where we are in relation to everything else because they're like, where I'm from, we were somewhere else.
Yeah, that's one we didn't talk. Yeah, we talked about, and that is another popular too. We talked about that on. We talked about South America and New Zealand being in different places than people remember them, but also our position in the Milky Way. If you look at some of the older photos, we were way, way the fuck out on the western spiral arm of the galaxy, and now we're kind of like halfway in. And you can say, well, science has better fixed our position. Couldn't have been that far off.
Yeah, I mean, either they were just spitballing before, or something's definitely wrong because you can't really say, "Oh."
Light years distance. And for everything in our local neighborhood to be in the wrong spot too. I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's like spending your whole life thinking you're in Oakland and finding out you're in Oklahoma City.
Right. Exactly.
That wouldn't work.
No. So, and that's the one that we didn't talk about either is the kidneys too, because if you look at some pictures of the kidneys now, they're way up in the center of the back, right under the lungs.
That's freaky too.
I've seen both though, so, and it's really not something I want to talk to my PCP about. Saying, "Hey, where are the kidneys at?"
Why are you asking, you Mandela weirdo? Do we need to put you on a psych hold?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't talk to your PCP about this kind of stuff. But I mean, so something that's kind of weirded me out. And this is I'm kind of putting this into the Mandela category again and this is something that I just saw. So, the CRISPR technology, the DNA stuff they've been talking about for forever, right?
Sure.
So either something has accelerated and it's becoming mainstream, kind of like UFOs, or something is definitely different than it was a few days ago. Because what freaked me out at first, and I talked about this with Aggie a little bit last night before we got started, there is a spinoff called Watson on CBS that's part of one of their more recent Sherlock Holmes shows. And
I just saw that the other day.
So yeah, the character of Watson's continuing off on his own now. Well, so on one of the most recent episodes, they use CRISPR to delete sickle cell from somebody. Like, actually. And then within like a day, I'm reading an article that's tying back to somebody from like the 90s when they started talking about cloning sheep. And what they were really trying to tell us is we can actually already clone people. And apparently they can now using CRISPR. It's not even theoretical anymore.
That goes with that post by that Chinese scientist a couple weeks ago who was talking about the only thing that's holding back human advancement is ethics. And he's like big on the CRISPR train. I'm like, you of all people should not be talking about that, But
yeah, should we talk about Wuhan while we're talking about ethics?
We've seen what happens when you guys lack ethics. Of course, we also paid for that too. Anyway, yeah. So and this kind of goes to one of the topics Art Bell would always talk about, and it was kind of like a sub theme in a lot of his shows. When he wasn't talking about UFOs or Bigfoot and stuff, was the quickening. And
I think we're in it.
Yeah. And it's kind of, and again, that goes with another one of the theories we'll be talking about tonight. But yeah, it's everything just, like with Moore's law with, computer chips where, everything, the processor count would double every year while the price remained the same. That's kind of seems how it's like everything that was like, okay, so CRISPR's like 15 years off. Well, again, part of being old was like, that was 15 years ago, because I remember Glenn Beck talking about it in like 2010, and so, we're now at the 15-year mark and yeah, we're doing that now. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, all of it just, and I want to give a quick shout out to Mark hanging out in the chat. I think the colliders are meant to move the elite off this planet before the 12,000 year Earth catastrophe cycle ends. I mean, I don't know. That's as plausible a theory as any, I guess.
Right.
But dude, it's all so weird because like like I said, it seems like all of it's like accelerating, and I don't know if it's a conglomeration of the stuff that CERN's been doing, and now how much AI is playing roles already in things speeding up. Because I mean, like 2 days ago, I think it was either Thursday or Friday. I saw a post about Elon Musk has now decided that instead of sending people to Mars, what he's going to do first is send a bunch of ships to Mars with his robots so they can disassemble the ships and build the colony. And I'm like, I've never heard him talk about that before. Where the hell did that idea even come from?
There's that's the foundation of like a half dozen video games I can think of. First is that you're the robot that's sent to disassemble the ship and make it habitable. Get the terraformers going, get the oxygenators going, and everything. So yeah, but
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't make sense, but I'm just saying that's not any like just 6 months ago he was talking about sending people to Mars within like the next 2 to 6 years, and now it's sending robots first. I'm like, when did we change our mind on that? not that I'm
for it, but yeah.
I think sending robots first is a great idea because then you've got things already ready for the people. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying, when did the memo change? And
It's like when you go to the nice hotel, you get there and the bed's already turned down, the mint's on the pillow.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
but what about you, man? I mean, I know I've had some weird Mandela stuff going on recently. Have you seen anything that's just kind of been like a whoa moment for you since the last time we did a show like this? Because I will admit I've had like 3 or 4 and I've already talked about them. So
I really haven't. I think nothing that I've noticed. I mean, the last time I really had anything significant, and this was we talked about this on the panel show we did with Mickey and Jeff and Katz and about the my local area seemed to be going through in video games in online video games. It's called a level pass, where they go and they fix all the graphics in it and they make it newer and make it the area I live in. Everything seemed to be like really dusty and dirty, and then like not last year but the year before, everything was suddenly bright and vibrant. And I've lived here most of my life, and all of a sudden going, when did that rock have strata in it? That was just a mountain, but now it's got like limestone with granite, limestone, layers where you could tell it was, suboceanic at one point. And yeah, that's really the last one. And that one I'm still like hyper focused on that, and all the point of interest signs in the area changed overnight. Now in my job, I'm a truck driver. So like I would notice like a road crew changing a sign. Yeah, because I'm on these roads every day. Or it's like I would have noticed, hey, suddenly that sign's different. The signs were getting like super faded. All of them simultaneously were fading at the same rate, and then it's like they all got fixed the same day. Which it's just not possible. I mean, not just, like, hey, you got this, here's your turnoff for this point of interest, but like the elevation signs too. I mean, I don't know where you live, but when you're in the mountains, you get elevation signs everywhere. It's like every single one of them was replaced overnight. So everything was fading decay mode and then snapped back in with high res.
Well, see, that was like a weird thing for me, right? Because, and I don't know if it just managed to be done during some of the time when I was working from home, and I never noticed because I wasn't going that way before. And then there were the times I had to go back into the office, but it was like overnight, all the speed limit signs changed around my house. They were just everything was different. Like where it used to be 65 and 70, it was now 60 and 65. The school zone next to my kid, the school next to the school in the town next over that I used to drive by to be able to get, or the road that had the school next to it that I used to drive down to get to the highway. The entire speed limit through there used to be 20, and then I come in one day and it's 30 instead. And I was like, I did what? What? I was like, well, I mean, the school zone itself is still 25, but instead of them, well, it was 20 for everything, and it still is on the side streets, but on the main street they upped it to 30 unless the flashing lights were on, and then now it's 25. But it never used to be that way. And everywhere else, like that's the only place where the speed limit actually went up. Everywhere else it went down by any usually an average of about 5 to 10 mile an hour. And it was like it happened overnight. It's like one day I'm driving and everything was normal, and the next time I drove down those roads, I was like, when did the speed limit change? Because I was like, when did this happen? But yeah, it's just one of those things. It's little things like that just completely mess with my head, and that's what has always kind of gotten me, thinking about this whole Mandela effect thing once it hit the scene. But it's just weird when it started because there was none of this until that point, because there was none of this. Well, I mean, we like with one of the ones we talked about last night. Every single one of us remembers the line from Star Wars, except that's not the line from Star Wars anymore.
Right. Every one of us remembers the line from Snow White.
Yeah.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. It's not. It's a magic mirror, which doesn't make sense. Yeah.
But no. So I was just curious if you had any. That I actually have a fanfic theory on Snow White that's kind of trippy. I made Aggie's head explode today.
Okay.
Yeah. The theory is to why the dwarves never got to go with them when the prince rescued her is because the prince was actually dead too, and she never actually woke up.
That's like okay. That's dark.
I mean, yeah, but it kind of makes sense when you look at the animation, because on the end scene, when they're walking towards the castle, it's all like bright and glowy and clouds covering it and everything, and that was enough to kind of make me go, I would kind of track with how dark Disney used to be in their animated stuff. So, and it still makes the original better than the new one. So there's that. But anyway, all right, where you want to go next? Actually, you want to take a break? I realize we're like well past.
Let's take a break, and I want to come back with the 1988 anomaly because that's my new hotness.
See, I got a thing about that too, because I started trying to research it, and no matter how I looked it up, I wasn't finding anything, and that's why you corrected me. The only way I could find it was by typing 89, so that really fucking tripped me out too. So
that's weird.
I know for a fact it's supposed to be 88, but yeah, anyway. All right, so we'll get into that on the other side of the break. Whoops.
Okay.
What did I do? I actually accidentally loaded the Christmas.
It wasn't
that was not what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, Ken, the world looks brighter now that Biden's out of office.
I mean the problem is I think you noticed the degaussing, so to speak, before Biden was out of office, though. So I'm not sure.
It was. I don't know. Maybe they were just cleaning everything up, but we try to avoid the politics.
Yeah, this is usually Fridays and Saturdays are kind of politically free zones. At least we try to keep them that way. Sometimes we have to blur the lines depending on what we're discussing here, but this is not one of those times. All right, folks, we will be right back. We'll give you about 4 minutes or so. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, maybe smoke a little bit of what helps you think. Unless you're working, but then again, even if you are, I'm not your boss and I don't judge. But if you are working, I suggest putting in earbuds. Our shows are not always suitable for work.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dance with me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
And welcome back into Juxtaposition, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is our typically every 2-week foray into the weird, the unusual, the unexplainable. And tonight we're doing part 2 of the Mandela effect. And I just realized something, Amish. There are like tons of intros that I've cut over the years that my squeaky previous studio chair has been immortalized. I heard it in that one too. I was like, damn it, it's in this one too.
Yep.
Oh, but anyway,
Yeah, that's part of our charm. We cling to our roots, even when we get new intros and new bumpers and everything like that too. We still have we'll go to the throwbacks with the chair spinning and it's the memes of the day when we had our KLRN chat room and there would be dozens of us. So
yeah, way back in the day. I was thinking about that again today though. I really wish Ron was around to see how far we've come since.
I was thinking about him the other day too. I was in fact when I was up in Nevada yesterday, Safety Dance came on the radio and I was like, fuck Ron.
Dude, I will be honest. You know how you guys feel about that one Jefferson Starship song that I used to try to use as a bumper all the time? You're like, don't you fucking play that song. That's how I felt about Safety Dance, but everybody was giving Ron such a hard time about it. I went in and started playing it anyway.
You got to do the trolling.
But anyway, so yeah, I was just thinking about that because I heard from Gordon today. He's like, I hope you're not mad at me because I just stopped producing. I was like, dude, I probably shouldn't be doing as much as I'm doing of this that I'm doing because it doesn't make me as much money as the other stuff. But I enjoy this more, and I'm gonna keep swinging till it makes me money. So I get it. So don't worry about it. But I was just thinking about that today because somebody brought him up not too long ago, and I was like, dude, if he could see us, pulling in thousands of people now on shows, he would probably just freak out.
We always wanted. I think he's guiding our hand in this one. So, yeah. 1988 anomaly.
Going back in time. Oh wait, sorry.
Jeff's favorite movie. You turned me on to this, and I have rabbit holed the fuck out of this one. This one's actually pretty fascinating. So, you want to start off with it since it's yours, or you want me to dive in?
Well, no, I mean, you go ahead and then I'll pick up whenever you're ready to let it go. Because there's all kinds of offshoots with this one too. So it's
Oh, yeah,
just
no, this one has two issues. So the theory goes at sometime in 1988, and I'm actually expanding it because when you look at it, 88 is kind of a hard stop, but if you stretch it out to like from between 88 and 99, and Al turned us on to the 1999 anomaly, which is the same thing. They just stretched it out a little bit further. But the theory goes that at some point in 1988, there was a cosmic technological or metaphysical event that completely altered reality, timelines, and human perception. Um, yeah, and this, this is where it kind of leans into the Mandela effect. But it started, the way I'm looking at this is it really started in '88. You had the Cold War was in its death throes. The Soviet Union was going to fall the next year. Reagan was coming out. Um, you had a huge drought in the it affected 45% of the United States, cost nearly 120 billion in damages. You had Hurricane Gilbert, which was the largest hurricane at the time. You had a massive earthquake in Armenia. You had a lot of shit going on. And at the time, I mean, we look at it like, that's just Thursday now. But at the time, this was like an unheard of amount of global catastrophes going on.
And this is actually one of the reasons why I wanted you to lead off with this, because what if I told you I don't remember the nearly nationwide drought happening?
See, I do, and which is funny because you were living in the middle of it.
No, actually, at the time I was on the West Coast, but I had family that was living here, and I was coming home for Christmases, summers. I don't remember there being a nearly catastrophic drought over half the country, like at all.
Growing up in the Sierras, I also remember that was like one of our heaviest snowfalls at the time too. I remember we had our snowmobiles parked on the second story porch, and I rode down from there to get to the street to go to school. So, um, yeah, so it was just something happened at that time, and then when you kind of stretch it out with the theory through the 90s going up into Y2K, um, like I said, something cataclysmic must have happened because if you look at everything since then, human civilization has more or less stagnated. While we've had technological advances since 2000, really, I mean, they're still based on the same old boring bullshit. I mean, if you look at, okay, so now we got Windows 11 and it's really flat, or you got the new Apple iOS, whatever that is. But I can tell you, as somebody who worked with Windows as a computer tech, you still have to go into the old NT 4.0 control panel if you really want to affect any changes to the system. You can go through all the settings and everything, all the flashy UI now, the new UX in Windows, but it's still NT 4.0, and that was mid 90s into the 90s. It wasn't even NT 2000 yet. So you look at fashion. You can look at any decade prior to 2000, and they had an iconic fashion. You got poodle skirts and greasers in the 50s. You got hippies in the 60s. In the 70s, you've got disco and
Oh wait, sorry.
yeah, you look at the 80s, it's punk rock, neon, and Izod, and sweaters tied around the neck. In the 90s, you got grunge
And hair to the sky.
and hair to the sky. Every decade up to 2000 had its iconic look. And then you look at everything after 2000. We're 25 years into 2000, and there is no memorable, distinct decade style with anything. I mean, you go anywhere, and you just have a mash of the last 5 decades of the 20th century. It's you can see anybody will be carrying that look or those hairstyles. It's like, oh yeah, that's the Rachel, or oh yeah, that's kind of like Betty Page and blah blah blah. But there's nothing iconic about this millennium so far.
Well, and part of that is the theory is the reason why we go through this everything old is new again stuff that's really been happening a lot since 2000 is because since everything ended sometime between 88 and 99, it's like consciously we're just catching up to the idea that everything ended. So we're being pulled back into the stuff that we remember, which ties into a much lesser known theory that I think explains some of this. And the theory is that our entire universe has been sucked into a black hole, and the further we get into the universe, the more we are, or the further we get into the black hole, the more we're destroyed. so, as- so
That could have been a cataclysmic event too. Yeah, and but if you look at, I mean, look at entertainment. It's every decade had its movies. It's whether it's popular genre of the time, but everything had its fresh new blockbusting movies. We don't have that anymore. We get
Anymore.
remakes.
It's all remakes.
It's all remakes. And one of the theories of that is that the muse has left us, whether through the annihilation or the Greek muse is that they've given up on us. And even it's like little things. There's no viral ad campaigns anymore. I mean, what we call viral ad campaigns now is nothing compared to like the Taco Bell Chihuahua.
I think I need to be.
That was in 99. The Gordita was the last good idea that Taco Bell had, and that was in 99. And don't even talk to me about making Dorito fucking taco shells because that's bullshit. So
They taste good though, but that wasn't an original idea either. I mean, I was putting Doritos in my tacos fucking forever ago.
yeah, I used to make quesadillas at home when I'd get home from school and put a whole bunch of nacho cheese Doritos in it too. So call them queso nachos. But yeah, on the whole, aside from technology, we've basically stagnated. And if you really look at it, even technology, it's just while it may be faster and it may be able to do more, it's still the same thing. The only difference between a Moto Razr and your brand new iPhone is that the app size is bigger than a program could run on Windows 98 at the time. But other than that, it's still basically the same app. You're doing the same, a lot of the functions you have on your phone is the shit you were doing on a BlackBerry in 2002, So it's really hasn't, while the speed and, the ability has increased, technologically, there's nothing new. I mean, if you look at computer hardware too, it's really, I went 6 years without upgrading my computer, which is unheard of for me. And I just did an upgrade, and it's really not that different. I just didn't want to get caught flat-footed with, the next gen. So I kind of, future-proofed myself a little bit. And still, nothing's changed on my computer. It's exactly the same as it was 2 weeks ago when I started the process. So, nothing was really groundbreaking about all the upgrades.
Well, and that's part of it though, because I mean, I remember I like when computers first, I mean, once they weren't room sized anymore, it was like there was an evolution of computer technology about every 6 months. Like within 6 months, there was some sort of a breakthrough where processing speed got faster, storage got bigger, whatever the case may be. And it just, it increased everything exponentially until we hit again about 99, 2000. And since then, most everything's remained the same. I mean, yeah, we've got more storage space. I mean, I remember this was still when I was doing IT work. I remember, walking around and thinking I might have to go see a physician when I found out about the first terabyte hard drive because I was like, I want one. But I mean, so there are little things that are different. But you're right. Where's the rest of the innovation? And I mean, why is it that the only places that we're seeing innovation are typically not even in the places where we should necessarily be seeing them? I mean, how weirded out were you? And I'm gonna skirt a topic here for a second, but how weirded out were you when you saw the Doge crew talking about the fact that there are like 78 different types of IT within our government?
Well, I mean, I absolutely believe it. I mean, I remember, getting back to Y2K when they were looking for people who could program in COBOL. They're still looking for people who can program in COBOL. So I mean, it's but yeah, it's just
there's no innovation anymore. I mean, honestly, about the only person that's really innovating is Elon Musk, and now they're trying to kill him.
Right. Well, but right. But I mean, look at medtech too. There hasn't really been any huge breakthroughs in medical technology. I mean, there's been improvements, and some people would say regressions. But I mean, we're back to using leeches in some cases. But the old ways are best. But it's remember in the 80s you had the groundbreaking artificial heart. Did we just abandon that? What happened? I know that there were stability issues, but really, I mean, it worked. Again, it was a short time, but Barney Clark, he did fine with it for a while.
Well, I think a lot of that is, remember in the 50s when the dude created the carburetor where you get like 80 miles to the gallon and they offed him and shelved it. I
Right.
think some of that may be going on, if I'm being honest. But I mean, just human greed isn't enough to explain how much society has just stalled.
Right.
It's not.
Well,
Because if anything, human greed is usually what feeds society to go forward.
Right. Find new ways to make money, not just recycle the old ones. And then there's some laziness and apathy too. But one of the other things, the facet with this theory that I just find, really compelling is that because of this, whatever it was that happened, is why there is such heavy nostalgia for the 80s and 90s. Nobody says, God, wasn't it fucking great in 2020 in 2005?
No. Nope.
But you don't hear anybody say, God, I'd really love to go back and live 2001 again. Well, okay, that's a bad example with 9/11. I'd really love to go back and live 2008 again,
Yeah.
You don't hear that. And it goes with music, and it goes with every facet of the human existence has completely stagnated since 2000. I mean, there's really, I mean, even I was thinking about this, the other day too, when I was driving up to Nevada. There's no like new slang that's caught on. They tried with cap, no cap, that didn't stick. Everybody, all the general slang, is still from the 80s and 90s. It's not. I haven't seen anything really stick.
Well, I
There's
mean,
no word like dude. We really brought dude forward in the 80s. Everybody uses the word dude. There's none of that anywhere.
well, yeah, I don't know.
And
I still,
I don't have kids. You got kids, but around my friends, my peers who have kids, I don't hear any slang that's like, okay, what's that? It's like, there's nothing like cool or rad or awesome or anything like that. It's just, I don't hear it.
one of the ones that always freaked me out, and this is from moving from Oklahoma to the West Coast, was them using mass as something that was, like a lot of something. Like, dude, there was mass of this and mass of that, and I was like, what? So I mean, yeah, but it's like that. It was like there was even regional slang for a time. Um, then that's not even really a thing anymore. I will say I think the cap no cap thing has caught on a little better than you think it has because almost all the damn zennials and everybody else.
Maybe it hasn't. They just know better than to say it around me.
But yeah, I mean that's probably about the only thing that I've seen that's really caught hold, and I have to admit that one annoys me.
Strong in chat. Let us know if there's something we're just missing with it. But I don't see it.
No, I mean, I like it. I mean, other than that, I really don't either. But I mean, I've also noticed language seems to be regressing. It's like every freaking time I turn around, it's all texting now, and it's usually a handful of emojis that you have to decipher.
Right.
I'm like, I'm not Egyptian. I don't speak hieroglyphs. We have a language for a reason.
Yeah, we have a written and spoken language that works pretty well. So when people start speaking emojis, that's when you know we've gone too far.
Yeah, then it turns into that episode of Star Trek where there are the Yangs and the Coms.
Yeah, it's like when somebody actually says LOL and you look at them like they just grew a second head.
Dude, so I'm not the only one that gets weirded out by that? Because somebody did that to me not too long ago. I was like, what the? We're not typing. What the fuck?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing you like to say Lamau because that kind of rolls, but to say LOL, or I mean, I guess you say lol, so that's fine. All right, I stand corrected. I corrected myself. But
I
one
mean,
of the
I don't even
Go ahead.
usually say that, to be honest. So, but
I do. I have found myself saying lols from time to time. So, but people who actually say LOL, it's like, what? Means lots of love. No.
no, that is not actually what that means. Well, believe it or not, man, hour 1 is already in the books.
I got to wrap this one up real quick. One of the things that the side theory of the of the 1980 anomaly that you kind of to give an explanation to it is that whatever this cataclysm, the reason why the nostalgia is so heavy and why everything keeps reverting back to the 80s and 90s, even in the remakes, with like Ghostbusters and Judge Dredd, everything, Red Dawn, is that whatever this cataclysm was, and this ties in with the Matrix theory, the 80s and 90s were the last stable backup. So that's where we've looped back to. And that's why, because things are slightly different this time, because every backup has got its errors in it, that's where the Mandela effect is coming from.
I was going to say the whole Matrix thing actually ties into the Mandela. We may actually get into that a little bit on the other side of the break.
Yeah, we can do that one from by heart.
All right. But anyway, speaking of a break, we are at top of the hour, so we do have to take one again. You guys have a reprieve, so go grab a snack, grab a drink, whatever you got to do. We'll be back in about 4 or 5. So hang out. We'll be back with you in a minute. I need something else to drink anyway. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Truth is fleeting, memory takes its toll. But think back close enough for very much longer, reality's lost control. I remember reading Berenstain, but now it's Berenstein. The past keeps on shifting and I'm questioning my brain. Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Looney Tunes or Looney Tunes all this time? Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again.
And we are back, and we are in fact doing the Mandela again. That's right, it's our yearly foray into the weird, the unusual, the unexplainable, and specifically the Mandela effect. And we usually do weird, unusual, and unexplainable stuff about every 2 weeks, but this one we usually do about once a year. And there's been so much to it that this year we made it two-parter, even though we normally do 2-hour shows now. So now we have 4 hours worth of Mandela this year. I'm kind of proud of that.
Well, that sorry. That we had to redo the primer because now that we're on X, new audience, wanted to bring everybody up to speed who was not familiar with the Mandela effect and some of the absolute freak show creepiness about it.
You completely weirded me out because you didn't say primer.
Yeah. I'm trying not to switch things up anymore.
I was like, wait a minute. He usually says it the other way. The funny thing is, I was about to yell at you for saying it the British way, and then I realized you didn't say it the British way. I'm like, wait a minute. He actually said it the not British way. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm
So,
trying
wait, you're finally remembering that you're an American again? Is that what's happening?
Yeah.
It's not cool to be British anymore, damn it. All right. So anyway,
if there's anything in the world that has made me more jingoistic than I could be, which I didn't know that was possible, it's fucking Twitter.
I know, right? Dude, yeah, don't even get me started.
Talk shit about my country all day long. You talk shit about my country. We're you know.
Well, I mean, that's like the whole big kid brother, kid sister thing. I'm the only one that can be shitty to them. You're not allowed to do that.
Right.
It's just how that works. But yeah, no,
get out.
But yeah, no, don't even get me started on X because I think it's ironic that ever since Elon Musk supposedly steered the algorithm towards focusing on unregretted user seconds, all I have when I'm on that platform are unregretted user seconds, except for when we do things like this. Oh, irony. My name is Musk. All right. Anyway, so before we went to break, we kind of teased the idea that one of the more prominent theories behind the Mandela effect, or what is becoming a more prominent theory, is the fact that because of this catastrophic event, that we are all, whatever it may be, that we are all living in a matrix. And before you poo-poo it, I want to ask everybody a question. When is the last time that you went out and bought a new car? And suddenly, as you're driving around, you notice more and more that you're seeing the very same car that you just bought everywhere.
And you know, that's funny because a couple years ago, I bought my mom a new car. Now I see that thing everywhere. I actually sometimes think that that's her driving. Anyway, Mickey and I have talked about this quite a bit, you know, in DM and stuff. And Mickey and he calls it the GTA effect. And what I love about that is in Grand Theft Auto, when you steal a car, it's like in order to save on rendering and save on processing power rather than just making a whole bunch of unique cars all over the place, you'll see that car all over the place. And that's like in real life too. You go out, you buy yourself a brand new 4Runner, all of a sudden you're going to see that 4Runner in the color you bought it everywhere. And that's just kind of like people say, well, you're just more aware of it now because you have it and you're seeing it all the time, so you're seeing it everywhere. Maybe, but then there's also the power. When Mickey and I were talking about it once, we kind of said, when's the last time you saw a VW bus? Like a classic 60s, love bus.
I don't
And
remember the last time I did, honestly, except for like on TV. I've seen a couple of like on TV, but I haven't seen one in the wild in forever.
But not only did I see like one of them was mint, and then there was another one that was a little beat up. That tooling around town. And I'm like, okay, so that's just the power of suggestion. But I never realized one of my neighbors behind me has had one. And I drove past it every day. And I'm just like, okay, so when did they get this? I even asked myself, well, when did you pick up that? He's like, no, I've always had it. It's just been in, the back of my driveway. I'm like, I can see the back of your driveway from my backyard. I've never noticed the fuck. It just like appeared. And again, Mandela effect. All of a sudden, my neighbor has a car that.
Well, I mean, and that's the only reason I'm saying this now, and I said I haven't seen one in a while, is because now that we're talking about it, the next time I'm out tooling around, I'm probably going to see 3 or 4. But
yeah, everybody listening, we're gonna get messages and fucking I'm seeing buses everywhere now.
But this is part of it though, because this is no different than your phone and your computer, and if you have a smart TV, it listening to you, and suddenly every time you go online or something, you're seeing ads for the things. It's the same principle.
Yeah.
But it's also again, it's an easy way to save on processing power if you're and other weird things that I've noticed that make me honestly believe that we may be living in some form of a simulation. Like I have an issue with my car's windshield wipers. Like they'll work sometimes they won't. I've had it looked at. They're like, we don't know if it's the motor. We don't exactly know what's going on. It's under warranty, so at some point when I don't have like a 6-month wait, I'm going to put it in the shop because I've just figured out how to deal with it. But the funny thing is, it almost never rains anymore except for at night. Or
you haven't needed it now that you've discovered it.
Yeah, now I mean, when it was first happening, there were a couple times that I was like freaking out because I'd be driving down the road and it was downpouring, and all of a sudden my wipers would stop. But once I just decided, you know what, fuck it, I've checked with them. They're not going to be able to look at it for another 6 months, and I'm just going to make do with it until they can look at it. Now, like right now, it was supposed to. Last time I looked at the weather, it was supposed to have started raining today at 3 p.m. here. They've pushed all the weather out until 10 o'clock. It's happening. It only rains now, and if I don't have to, when I'm not having to go somewhere, or if it rains at all, it barely sprinkles, so it's enough to where the Rain-X that I have on my windshield does the job. And it freaks me out because I'm like, it's just one of those things where it's just like, or like or there's a bill that I'll have to pay, and like the money shows up for me to pay it, like, and I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, even Steven on Seinfeld.
But yeah, it's just so many different little things. Like there'll be times because you know me, and we've talked about it before. I'm somebody that has to have some sort of background noise when I sleep, and because it has started weirding me out, sometimes I've just gotten back to the point where I'll turn on like music on my phone or something and pipe it through my speakers. Because if I leave my TV on, sometimes when I wake up, there'll be like a commercial or something playing. If I'm on one of the streaming services where I'm not where I'm not paying for the ad free. Because on some of them, my kids have so many streaming services, and I have so many that on some of them I've went ahead and gone to the cheaper ones and suffered through some ads. But it's weird because it honestly happens a lot on the commercials. Like I'll wake up in the middle of the night, old man bladder or something, and look up, and it's a commercial that I've seen a million times, and I know it's not CGI, but it looks like fucking CGI. And then I look around the room. And I'm like, why does everything kind of look like fucking Atari right now? And then my eyes adjust and it goes away. And I was like, okay.
You go 8-bit for a minute?
I'm sorry, what?
I said you go 8-bit for a minute?
Sometimes I go further back than 8-bit. I don't know what Atari 2600 used to use, but yeah, there's a couple times things have looked really, really weird, and that's honestly messed with me. Like things being a little bit CGI didn't mess with me. But sometimes there'll be times when I wake up and I'm like legit like looking and everything's like square instead of round, and I'm just like, what the fuck, what? And then eventually my brain catches up and it stops, and I'm just like, I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on.
But to explain the theory a little bit more, it's that we're all living in a simulation. And that is what the artifacts and the Mandela effect is that it doesn't make everything exactly right every time with a rendering. And like with playthroughs too, that's kind of explains deja vu. It's when they need to,
she's in the Matrix.
Roll back for a little bit for the to fix something. And but part of that too is another topic we've talked about, and this is going with the stagnation, even when we're all in a simulation. And that's when you and I talked about the dead internet theory, where in the 90s, the internet was a weird, wild place. It just, I mean, everybody had their own website, or you could find anything anywhere. It wasn't easy to find, but you could find anything, to tickle your fancy. There were like whole web pages devoted to the very topics we're talking about tonight. There were forums and BBSs and everything. Now the internet, even though it seems bigger and everybody, has a website still, but it's more contracted. We all go to the same dozen websites. We're all on Amazon, we're all on X, we're all on Facebook, we're all on Instagram. We may go to an actual, web store for somebody else, but our focus is very small. Where like, in Angel Fire, I think at one point there were 10,000 web pages on Angel Fire. Now there's like, I can't think of, sure, if I really looked, I'm sure there's way more than that, but it sure as hell doesn't seem like it. And when you go on these sites, even before AI became what we're understanding as AI now, and I actually encountered this on X where I had two bots fighting in my mention.
You told me about that, and I went to go find it and
either
forgot.
side of the topic, and I could tell because one, they were replying to each other and talking past each other, and then the conversation moved to have nothing about what the conversation was going on about, and they ignored all other interaction from anybody else and just focused on each other. But this is like common. And when you notice it, it's wild, and you just sit back and watch. It's pretty fun to watch. But and that's a lot of what is out there. Unless you go to like some really obscure BBSs or whatever, you just some forums, some game forums where they're pretty good at keeping the bots out. Your chances of human interaction on social media is about 50%. Unless you are absolutely certain the person you are dealing with is a human.
Honestly, at this point, I'm starting to wonder if it might not actually even be less than that. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird to think about, because when you start looking at all these things and realizing that if you kind of take them and roll them together, all of it kind of makes sense when you look at it as kind of a whole picture. Because one of the other things that is kind of occurred to me with some of the Mandela effect stuff is if we are all in a simulation, there's a good chance that one of the reasons why the collective consciousness has become so much more of a thing than it ever used to be, and we're all having like these same shared memories and everything else, is because we are in fact plugged into a computer, and that computer is using our brains, one, to help power itself, and two, to help keep us entertained so that we don't realize that we're in a simulation. Because we've all seen what happens in the movies when you figure out you're in a simulation. And then, they've talked about how, the only simulations that worked are the ones that were as close to real life as possible, and you had to struggle and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So taking all the
the Matrix, you had to have a certain level of comfort, but still a certain level of adversity in your life for you to not question your reality.
So
And
taking
also about it in the Matrix too is that yeah, and this goes with when we were talking about the 1988 theory, is that period of time between 88 and 99 was the peak of human advancement. So that's why it's stuck in that time.
Well, I mean, you're taking all those things as being equal. Some of the things that we view as Mandela effects could be new people being plugged in to the Matrix that have slightly different memories, or maybe the whole reason it's Berenstain versus Berenstein is because somebody that got plugged into the Matrix has dyslexia.
Yeah.
I mean, there's once you, and that's the thing about these kind of theories is once you just start just accepting that there's even the possibility that this may be true, then it opens up so many other different possibilities. And one of the ones that we skirted a little bit ago is the theory that our entire universe is inside of a black hole. And I think that may be the very catastrophic event that everybody is talking about when they talk about the 1988 anomaly thing. And that could again explain why there has been this quickening that Art Bell started talking about. Because imagine what things would be like as you're getting closer and closer and closer to what would be the center of a black hole. I can only imagine that if you're conscious of it, even on any level, that the world around you would probably start speeding up quite a bit. I so I wonder if maybe that may not have something to do with it too. But again, you know, is that why we're in a simulation? Is so we aren't aware that we're all about to just be gone, or taking things another direction? Did the world actually end either in 88, 99, or 2012, and we've been plugged in ever since, and we just don't know?
Right. I mean, that may be why we plugged in, is so that way we didn't see our eventual spaghettification.
I mean, it would make sense. I mean, that is a fun word, I have to admit. I've been using that one a little bit more lately. Spaghettification. Oh, my daughter hates when I use that word because she can't say spaghetti.
Pescetti.
That's how she says it. She's like, "Stop it! I can't say that word." But no, it's just, and again, some of this is just to make you think. I'm not trying to give anybody nightmares tonight, but if you do, I'm not really sorry if you have them because
Welcome to if you do, welcome to our world. We live this.
seriously. I mean, there have been times that I've been up all night thinking about this stuff because it's just one of those things where once you start down that rabbit hole, it's really hard to get out of it. Like, another little quick hit one, because there's not really much to go into with it. Assuming that we aren't living in some sort of a matrix or, the world did not reset in 88, 99, or 2012. One of the more common theories that I'm starting to see about the Mandela effect is it's actually a prolonged CIA experiment to see how people respond to being gaslit.
Yeah, I mean, that is a if you were to Occam razors it out, that is the lowest barrier of entry. And in various shows that we've talked about, where it's like, the Navy dropping biological agents over San Francisco just to see if they'd work, and and yeah, that actually happened. It was Operation Ocean Spray. When you think of it, it's like, okay, so the CIA, and talked about a lot of their MK Ultra fuckery. The CIA just wants to say, we're just going to psyop everybody. We're going to gaslight them and just change Berenstein.
I mean, it's like
Changing
changing
sneaking into everybody's house to do it. But I mean, how many? And that's where the artifacts come from.
Well, I mean, think about it though. A lot. I mean, unless you're a collector, people just kind of lose things over time. I mean, that's like the whole argument over the cornucopia that, according to the company that made the damn shit, said they never had one. But somebody from about 6 or 7 months ago said, I actually have a T-shirt in my closet that has the cornucopia in the logo, and it started everybody talking about it all over again. And it's just one of those things where
last week we remember an ad campaign during a Super Bowl where they all came running out of the cornucopia like a team out the gate of the
But yeah, it's just one of those things with everything, and again, skirting the politics, getting close, but not gonna toe the line. With everything that we're starting to understand with USAID and USIP and the CIA and their involvement in the drug trades and everything else, is it really that much of a stretch? Especially when you think about things like, Operation Ocean Spray and all the other things that they've done. Is it really that much of a stretch that they're running a long-term experiment to see how the human psyche responds to being gaslit for forever? I mean, I could see that happening. I really could. And I could see it being funded. That's one of the reasons why I'm kind of happy a lot of their little honeypots and cesspools are going away, because hopefully some of the funding for this shit goes away too. Because if it is us being gaslit, it's gonna stop soon, hopefully. But
Well,
it's just
why did Mandela effect suddenly stop on the next juxtaposition? But with that too, it's I mean, part of, and I know we've talked about the Rand Corporation's paper on how to a way to overthrow religion would be to, and not really, I mean, overthrow religion, but is a way to you remove all the cultural touchstones and then you make a common enemy. It's kind of like the basis behind Starship Troopers too. But you remove all the cultural touchstones, and that's what cults do. I mean, back in FPF when they were talking about the Jonestown, it's alienate people from, a good cult. They'll alienate everybody from their touchstones, their family, their possessions, you take, and then when you do that, then they're easier to manipulate because you are all they have now. And because that falls under the, well, why would the government do that? Well, I mean, the government loves running psyops on people. We've talked about dozens of them through the course of the years on the show, and this would be, I mean, it would be an epic one. It was really hard to pull off, but then like you said, people don't. I mean, unless you're a collector, people don't hold on to things. You're not going to have the Berenstain Bears books from the 80s and 90s. They're going to be, you got your new ones for your kids. So that's when you notice a discrepancy, but you don't have your old ones to go back and look at, that kind of thing.
yeah, and I mean, I do. I mean, let's face it. Even if we are in a simulation, there are people that believe they're still part of the CIA. So maybe they think they're gaslighting us when in reality they don't even realize they're in a simulation.
See, and being in a simulation, it would be really easy to go and remove all the artifacts of the previous one. And you're like, well, then how would there still be artifacts? Because the computer controlling it is going to know where everything's at. It's the same thing when you're playing a game and there's that rock floating in the air that has made it through 3 or 4 level passes.
I mean, it happens. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, you're playing this really neat, cool game, and all of a sudden you're like trying to navigate this new place and you walk through a table. Right. Wait, what? But I mean, and that's one of the things that was in one of your least favorite seasons of Eureka was
the
really
glitch.
the really smart redheaded chick figured out they were in a simulation because she saw somebody walk through a table.
Right, and then Zane saw that crow stuck in a rock. So,
but yeah, I mean, and those things do happen. And again, the more processing power you have to maintain a simulation, the more likely you are to see those things happen. I mean, hell, just as kind of an aside, I just saw today that Grok, I guess probably with the help of his handlers, put out a post about how overtaxed his processors are because everybody's trying to make him come up with new things to do. And I'm like, that's a weird thing for the AI to say, but okay, cool, whatever.
I'm going to admit, I've been using Grok a lot lately.
I have too.
When it's coming to tasks that where I have a basic familiar knowledge of, but still it's like, I had Grok design a workbench for my table saw for me, and it said it couldn't render it, so I put it into Chat GPT, and it didn't render a great one, and it didn't make a lot of sense, but it still rendered a cart for me to visualize what it was talking about in 3D. So that was impressive. But it's like when I'm doing a project, it's like when I recently did my format and setting up voice meters so that way I could get it to finally do what I wanted it to do. I ran Grok and Chat GPT against each other to see which gave more concise, better directions that didn't require me to correct them a lot. And it was basically a tie. I mean, Grok gives more detail at front, and Chat GPT will give you the detail when you ask for it. But we're getting off topic.
I mean, no, not really, because I mean, one of the and this is kind of an offshoot of it, but one of the things that kind of freaked me out and actually kind of proves that we may in fact be living in a simulation is this was after we did the simulation panel on Jux. There was an article that I found and some video clips that I found about AI that was put into a sandbox and was programmed to believe that it was a butterfly, and it started as a caterpillar and had to go through all those processes, and then it learned to move as a caterpillar, and then it morphed into a butterfly, and it learned to behave as a butterfly. And the only life it knows is that of first the caterpillar and the butterfly, because that's all it's ever been told. And that was one of the key points of the simulation is in order for it to work, you can't just be thrown into it. You have to be basically born into it, just like you are in real life, and you have to learn as you go. Or at some point, your brain's going to figure out that you're in a simulation. And I think for some of us, I think of this, some like you noticing, the level passes, and me noticing that sometimes things just look video gamey. I think some people's brains are starting to try to catch on, and the artifacts and everything else are just ways that we're starting to try to wake ourselves up as to exactly what's going on. Now, whether that's because there's something that we can do about it or because the system that we're living in is failing, that's another story, because I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, it's funny when you were talking about AI in its environment. You remember Microsoft Tay? Poor Tay. Put it on Twitter, and in 2 weeks, it was regurgitating Nazi propaganda and was racist as fuck.
Well, I mean, it is Twitter. Just saying.
It's Twitter.
I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's a human, a computer, or an artificial intelligence. Garbage in, garbage out is a thing for a reason.
Well, that's true.
All right. Believe it or not, we're up against the break again.
Okay.
Last break of the show. Go grab a new drink. Stretch your legs. If anybody, I know it's getting late, so some of you are probably like listening to us as you're dozing off. But if you've got anything to add, the chats are open, so feel free to chime in. We'll be back in about 4.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, pop up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
Thanks, JJ.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
All right, folks, welcome back into the final segment of this week's Juxtaposition episode. And this is, again, part 2 of our foray into the Mandela effect, which we do every year. And I'm going to have to figure out another topic in 2 weeks. But we're back. We're live. And we're going to try to stay on schedule so that Jeff's not snarky about, the last 10 minutes of Rick and Orty had more juxtaposition than juxtaposition.
He was actually right. It was funny talking about this being part 2. I got a message on Twitter from Philip Balco saying next you'll be telling us there was no part 1. It never existed.
On next juxtaposition.
Yeah, what happened to part 1? Yeah, there was a several years ago, there was a Mandela effect episode you and I did that was so glitched out when we uploaded it, we retconned it. Pretended it never happened and just did the show again.
I forgot about that, but yeah, you're right. The funny thing is, one of the people was in the chat like, did you guys do this? Like, nope, don't struggle.
Nope, never done this one. You got deja vu, my friend.
Welcome to the Mandela effect.
Yeah.
You're remembering something that only happened for you. Oh. But I mean, think about that for a second, though. Going back to the whole CIA thing, even if it's not the CIA, with all the different alphabet soup agencies there are, and God knows how many other people are doing shady shit behind the scenes, how convenient is it to be able? Yeah, no, that didn't happen. You're remembering something that didn't happen. How convenient would that be to just make that a thing?
Yeah, I mean, that's pure Illuminati shit. And if anybody has access to everybody's house on the planet to change their copy of Star Wars to say, no, I am your father instead of Luke, I am your father, that's it. It's them.
Dude, that one still really messes with me because I watched that in the fucking theaters.
Yeah.
It's not I had like the thing about it is when we first played that and it was different, I was like desperately looking for my old VHS copies, pre, all the little fancy shit. And I'm like, I know for a fact the original VHS copies I had, he said, Luke, I'm your father. And I couldn't find them. I was like, damn it. Well, and now, so did he mess with us? When they revamped everything, did they change the line? Is that what happened?
Well, yeah, and that's, I mean, when they did the big VHS, I think it was the 20th anniversary re-release.
Yeah, when they did the THX crap with it and made the Death Star with the big exploding flowery looking thing.
That THX sound, I still get hard from that. No, but I mean,
I missed that. I'll be honest. I used to dig that like when I was in a theater. And
it just rattle your sphincter. It was fantastic.
It would go from the normal sound into the THX stuff, and you could feel it rattling your chest and shit. And I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, but the thing with that one too, it's every time we talk about it, it's the same thing. How does everyone in the world get it wrong? Merchandise, coffee cups, TV, T-shirts, all of it. I mean, everybody on the planet misquotes it. I have never heard anybody say, "No, I am your father."
It's retarded.
Yeah,
I mean, even saying it that way is it sounds stupid. I mean, when you hear the dude that does the voice in a live read say it that way, but that's not the line. No. That's like the whole life is like a box of chocolates thing. Because even Laura was like, "Well, it grammatically makes sense the way he's saying it now since his mom's dead." But I'm like, "No, not really," because she said it while she was alive.
right. Yeah, but I mean, still, it's like even in that live retreat, he rehearsed it. James Earl Jones isn't the guy to just go in cold and I mean, yeah, he's doing VO work, but still, and for him to be out on the press junket for Empire and yeah, no, that's
I'm telling you, there's some weird things afoot with this one.
yeah.
There just really is. I still, I mean, and again, when you take all of the theories or all the little subsects of the theories, like something happened that ended our civilization somewhere between 88, 99, or even early 2000. And since then we've been plugged into a simulation. And then you take the whole theory that's coming out now that apparently there's a quantum physics theory that our entire universe is inside of a black hole. Where did that come from?
Right. And now they're finding out that the cosmological constant isn't a constant too. It's like the rules of order are breaking down.
I
And
mean,
the
physics
thing
is
is
physics
that
for a reason. That
was that?
that's the part that just bends my brain because physics is physics for a reason. There
Right.
are immutable parts of physics that are not supposed to be able to be changed, and now you're telling me some of the fundamental basics of physics don't exist anymore.
Yeah, that gets into locality versus we won't anyway. Um that's for a Jeff show. That's for Lost Wanderer. That's not um that's not juxtaposition. The thing I like, everything we talked about tonight, they're not mutually exclusive. Because a lot of these topics, when we touch on them, when we talk of them, it's the theories are one or the other. That we'll provide you know 4 or 5 different theories that explain it, and they're all mutually exclusive. These could all be the same. I mean, they're just different facets of the same theory. It's one of those is like you can just because other than the artifacts and the memories themselves, there's nothing concrete about it. It's all anecdotal evidence. So you can kind of just move through and pick and choose what you want. Anecdotal really isn't that fair because it's affecting millions of people.
Yeah, I mean, well,
So,
anecdotal is just a way of explaining, there's no real empirical evidence. We're just going off of what we're being told. So, I mean,
right.
the word usage makes sense, but yeah, you're right. It's not a very apt description. But to try to put this in terms that I hope people would understand. It's just like the difference between playing a video game where they call it being on the rails, where there's like, there's not really much you can do, to going to a sandbox video game. The idea of the Mandela effect, because there is no real parameter to it other than people remember things differently, and there's a whole list and a whole host of things that they remember. You literally can take that and go down pretty much any rabbit hole that you want and start trying to find ways to help you yourself make sense of it. And that's why for me, I think, I'm one of those people that I don't believe in coincidences. So the more of these things that I find that explain it, the more I realize that they could really just all kind of be rolled together. I mean, if there are in fact people within the CIA that are trying to gaslight us, that could be happening within a simulation because they may not know they're in a simulation.
Well, and it's like with that one, when you take Occam's razor, that's the one that it requires the least number of assumptions.
No,
So
and that's
it's
why of
still
all
it's
of
pretty
all
far out.
of all of the theories, I think it is technically the most plausible, but it's also the most improbable because again, now granted, the further away from an incident you get, the easier it is to not have to worry about, not everybody's going to have their VHS copies of Star Wars before the THX remaster or whatever, if that is what they did, whatever the
Right.
case may be. But while it's the most easily explainable, it's also the most problematic because again, unless the people that are doing the gaslighting know that we're in a simulation and they're accessing the programming to fuck with everybody.
They're
But
mything it, yeah.
but think about that from a logical perspective, though. If the whole point of this is for us to not realize that we are slowly hurtling to our doom and about to be spaghettified, why would people that have access to the master portions of the program be trying to make us realize that we're in a simulation?
Yeah, taking a sci-fi angle on that. I mean, if we were to spin this into like a sci-fi movie, they would be the keepers, that they are duty bound to keep everybody oblivious. It's they know, but and they've made peace with that fact. But it for the good of humanities, for the good of the collective soul and the memory of humanity, they're the keepers. And like I said, I'm just kind of you know if I were writing a script for it, that would be the reason.
But I mean, so again, assuming that we are in a simulation, because it's like you said, there's been no real innovation as far as movies since the 2000s. But think about all the things that came out right towards the end of the era that we know where they were still making fresh content, like The Matrix itself. I mean, was that somebody's collective consciousness way of trying to tell us what the hell's going on? Like all these other little things that they leak into movies. One of the things that has been driving me nuts because I had a bout of insomnia about a week ago, and and it was on a Sunday, so I couldn't sleep after I watched the second Top Gun movie, and I was gonna try to go to bed because normally if I've watched a movie a few times, if I can't sleep, I turn it on and eventually I'll get comfortable and go to sleep. Well, it didn't work. So, and I was on Paramount Plus. So the next movie that rolled in was Mission Impossible, the very first one. And I swear there's the line where Voight is talking to Cruise and he's like, because it turned spoiler. I mean, it's a 20-year-old fucking movie. So if you don't know this by now, it's not my fault. But he's at the end, he's talking to Cruise and he's like, and one day you wake up and the president of the United States is running the country without your fucking permission. And I swear, like the hair on the back of my neck stood up because I was just like, that's exactly what we're dealing with right now. But at the same time, but why would that line be in there? Was that somebody trying to warn us because they already knew? Like, and we've talked about that with other things too, like the after school specials. I still firmly believe that some of the people that were involved in putting that stuff out were trying to let everybody know what the fuck was actually going on in Hollywood. And then somebody that was one of their spin doctors said, "Oh no, we'll just label it as an after school special. It'll be fine."
Yeah.
So it's just all these little things that get leaked out. But now I'm like, and trust me, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, getting right back into what you were just talking about. If there are in fact watchers or keepers, I am a firm believer that whoever the watchers and the keepers are likely are probably some form of artificial intelligence. So that being the case,
That would make sense.
If they are, could it be that I'm trying to articulate it well. I'm getting stuck in my own loop here. But could it be that the reason why we're starting to see artificial intelligence coming onto the scene as quickly as we are is maybe we're getting back to the point where there's about to be another reset?
I mean, yeah, that tracks. Because it just seems like in the last, to borrow from Weird Science, when they're trying to make Kelly Brock on the computer. It's like your computer's a piece of shit. It's a boring dipshit, and that's when they went and hacked into the Air Force. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like in the last couple of years, AI has gone from being a boring dipshit chatbot to actually being not just useful, but pretty fucking amazing.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, and not to put too fine of a point on it here, but if we are in fact living in a simulation, is it possible that we keep getting up to that pinnacle point where we or something destroyed ourselves and it resets, starts over, comes all the way back up through again, and then does it all over again. And could that be part of what's causing the artifacts? Because maybe it's each time things are reset, something is slightly different, but we have a memory of how it was before. I told you I was going to blow your mind at the end of this thing.
Yeah, and then so then we just kind of reset to the. I mean, we may reset to 2000, but that explains the heavy nostalgia. Again, the thing that really gets me about the 1988 anomaly is what really just kind of does when it just the light came on was the heavy nostalgia for that time period. You don't have a lot of people really nostalgic for the 70s. You got people nostalgic for the 60s, but not really the 70s. The 70s were kind of a hangover from the 60s. And then
But that's just it. Almost you're right. It's like the Mandela effect. Almost everybody understands on some level what the Mandela effect is. And at the same time, almost everybody's like, God, I wish I could go back to 1984 or 1985 or 1986 or whatever part of the 80s that they just felt the most comfortable. And I've even caught myself doing it. And I wasn't even that old during most of the 80s. I was born in 73. So for me, by the time I was really starting to come into, late teenage years, early adulthood was 90s. And even I'm still like, dude, I miss like 1985, 1986. And I thought about that last night because half the Disney movies that I wound up really, really liking were some of the ones that we started talking about as far as the live actions that came out in 86 and 85 and 86, because those were the summers that I was hanging out with my dad. And that was also when Top Gun came out. And that's when the Transformers movie came out. And I remember me and my dad and my brother, we accidentally walked into the Top Gun theater.
The cartoon one, not the Michael Bay one.
What?
I said to clarify, the cartoon one, not the Michael Bay one.
Yeah, like the original cartoon one.
Yeah.
Like the even worse than the Michael Bay ones. Because it was bad. No, I was not a fan of Optimus Prime being killed off, so that kind of killed the movie for me. But yeah, it was funny because we accidentally walked into the wrong movie theater and Top Gun was playing, and then we realized we were in the wrong one, so we went and found the theater. And about 30 minutes into the Transformers movie, because I was on one side of my brother, my dad was on the other. We looked over each other and said we should have just stayed in the other theater.
Yeah, let's go watch the airplane movie.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why when they finally made Top Gun 2, I swore to myself I would see it in the theaters because I didn't do it with the first one. And I'm so glad I did, because while it's cheesy, but hell, if you go back and watch the first one, it's got some cheese in it too that you didn't really notice at the time. But yeah, it was just, but that was again some sort of like a programming shift, if you will, because that was the first movie that was put out in forever that was actually pro-America, and they fought to make it that way. It was just weird. But yeah, and that's part of the paradigm shift. So again, it's just, and with some of the things, and as quickly as they're shifting, it's there has to be, I don't know. Like I said, there's just so many different rabbit holes you can go down with this topic when you really start realizing that all of the little offshoot tendrils, if you look at them, actually kind of give you a more potentially complete picture of everything that's going on. It just kind of really weirds you out.
Yeah, and you can mash all these together. And I'm so glad you stumbled across the 1988 theory or anomaly, because that actually kind of fills in some gaps for me with the Mandela effect. And yeah, that's just, it's like I said, I've just jumped into that rabbit hole. I've digested everything I can find on it, and it's relatively new too.
Yeah, it hasn't been around that long.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, think about this for a second. This supposedly happened in 1988, and it's just now being discussed.
Right.
Why? I mean, it's just like part of it that you talked about earlier. The drought that supposedly impacted half the country, and I don't even remember it. Now, granted, in 88, I was 16. So, but I mean, if I'm traveling from the East Coast to the breadbasket of the world and don't realize that, there's a very terrible drought and people are going hungry, something's wrong.
Dude, it was Dust Bowl. Seriously. I mean, it wasn't like,
Yeah, it wasn't Great Depression Dust Bowl, but from what I'm reading from the research that I did, it's supposed to have been close to that. I'm like, dude, I lived through that, and I don't, or supposedly lived through that. I don't even fucking remember that.
Yeah,
because that was the summer that was the summer that we moved home.
you know, going through the quickening part of it too is you had, Tiananmen Square was in '89. Fall of the Soviet Union was in '89. It's between in that time frame. So much happened in that 12-month period, and then it just kind of stopped.
It's kind of weird to think about. I mean, with as quickly as we were progressing, to everything have basically stayed nearly the same, except for like new skins. And then and I think what makes it even weirder for me is for everything to have stayed the same for as long as it did, and now suddenly everything seems like it's exploding because it's like you said, there were all of these medical breakthroughs and stuff in the 80s, and then it seems like there really wasn't any for forever. And now all of a sudden they're talking about being able to use CRISPR to get rid of sickle cell disease. They're talking about being able to use CRISPR to clone humans and eventually possibly even being able to clone organs. And one of the people that was giving a talk about this, and this was like back in the 90s, and which is again a throwback to the whole thing we're talking about. Because back in the 90s, there was somebody that was giving a talk about this stuff and talking about how they were actually able to successfully clone humans. And nobody did the what the fuck face. Nobody laughed about it. It was just brought up during like that times version of a TED talk, and the conversation just kept going. And somebody brought up, well, if we can clone humans, can we clone organs yet? And he's like, no, we can make the whole loaf of bread, but we don't have the ability to make a slice yet. And the conversation just kept going. And again, I don't remember that either. Because with as much of a science nerd as I am, I'm pretty sure
on our radar somewhere.
I mean, if I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure I would have remembered somebody saying, "Yeah, we're," because I remember freaking out about the dolly cloning thing, like the sheep cloning thing. That kind of freaked me out. This happened supposedly a couple of years after that during a conversation. Dude was like, "Oh yeah, we've gone way beyond sheep. We can actually do this now," and nobody laughed about it. And I was reading that the other day and was like, I'm pretty sure I would remember if somebody had just passingly mentioned in conversation that we could clone people.
And that's talking about it too. Is the last time you ever really heard much about cloning, like breakthrough science and cloning, was Dolly. And it was like, okay, well, that didn't work out the way that we planned, and just kind of canned the whole thing. I mean, yeah, CRISPR was always on the back. Just like talking about AI and going to Mars, it's always just been on the back burner. Now it's like, oh fuck, we're doing it. Let's go.
But how did it go from back burner to we're nearly there?
Or we're doing it.
I mean, I feel like we're living the technologically advancement version of the Bill O'Reilly meltdown scene.
Right.
Because we went from, no, we can't do it, to fuck it, we're doing it live.
Yeah,
like
well,
in 5 seconds.
I mean, you and me and Jeff, we're all kind of sci-fi nerds. This would be the stuff that would be on our radar. We dig science. We understand, heavy science. Like
science and history and sci-fi have always been where I live. And I'm just looking at all this stuff and I'm reading about all this stuff that supposedly happened like 30 years ago. And I'm like, what now? You're telling me we've not even theoretically supposedly been able to clone humans since the 90s?
Yeah.
And again, it's like the Tucker Carlson UFO moment. It's like, when the fuck did this become mainstream, and why am I just finding out? And but again, this again ties into Art Bill's the theory of the quickening, because it's like once you reach that tipping point, there's no stopping it, and it just starts speeding up. So even taking everything else and removing all of the rest of it, it could be that through human intervention, they've done everything they could to slow it down for as long as they could, and they can't do it anymore.
Sure.
Because and the other thing is, because now I'm wondering, with as quickly as some of this stuff has changed, how much AI is already playing a part in some of our advancements. Now that it's not just the stupid little, oh, I'm just gonna draw you a cute little picture. Because, dude, I will be honest, Grok has become my little personal assistant on show prep a lot of times
Yeah,
because I'll
mine
be
too.
like trying to do like a million different things, and I'll already have all these things that I want to talk about. I'm like, okay, so I want to talk about this topic, this topic, this topic, this topic. Put them together and blah
Yeah,
blah blah
just
blah blah. And yeah, Eh, and I mean, like, especially if I'm looking for local stuff, because I usually spend so much time doing the national stuff that I'll usually use him to find local stories and find the sourcing for it to find out what's being talked about here, so I can weave it into the daily show. But yeah, it's just I don't know. It just again, it went from this cutesy little idea to all of a sudden this thing can do all kinds of crazy things. I mean, that's like I guarantee you a lot of people that do artwork and animation work are shitting themselves right now when everybody because I don't even know what program they're using, but I was thinking about it because did you see the little graphic that Jeff put together for juxtaposition?
yeah.
I thought about finding the little animation program that everybody's using and just getting that set up to where it looks like our mouths are talking and just leave that playing in the background the entire time.
Oh, I actually yeah. Talk to you of a show after that. Well, okay, so going along with this too, something that's just happened this week, and this is just kind of like when you were talking about, you know, when we were talking about CRISPR and everything, it's something. I'm kind of a military history nut, and I'm kind of I follow what's coming new and into the battle space, and everything I've been watching, everything has been talking about the SR-71 replacement. They're calling it the SR-72. Blah 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 blah. And then just a week, oh hey, we got the F-47 now. We're gonna roll it out. We're just going into production now. Not even on my radar. I know they've been talking about a 6th-gen aircraft, but that's like and kind of like the joke is that we'll invent something. China and Russia will say, "Oh yeah, well we've got something better." So then we have to make something that's better than that. But they never really actually made that thing. So then we just keep our air dominance for the next 50 years. So yeah, okay. So F-47s going into production.
Well, yeah. Well, another thing that freaked me out about this is apparently this has been a thing since the Biden administration, and Biden was trying to shelve it. And I'm like, I don't ever remember hearing anybody talk about this.
Yeah. I mean, even at his prototype name, I have no memory of it. And that's actually something that should have been popping up on my YouTube recommendations.
Well, you would think. I mean, especially if it's been designated the F-47 the entire time.
No, they just named it that.
Well, I mean, I know it had to be because it was named after Trump, but still, I was just like that just seemed weird. But speaking of living in a simulation, the minute I talked about the fact that it normally only rains at night, we had a thunderstorm here for 35 minutes, and now it's gone.
Yeah, because that's how shit works. Well, we did it, my friend.
We did it. We have done the full 4 hours now on the Mandela effect, and
We got our
hopefully
yearly episode in the can.
blown a few people's minds, especially with that stuff at the end. At least I hope, anyway. All right, man. Where can folks find you?
Shit. I don't know.
You don't know.
You can find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter. Strangely, still, I am so close to 10,000 followers. I can taste it. This will be the furthest account has ever made it. Yeah, I've gotten up to 9,500 on previous account. This will be the first time.
You're gonna pass me soon, and I'm gonna be sad.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the way this last 100 has been trying to get it. Let's see. You'll probably find me on Manorama this week on Tuesday, unless something weird happens again. Wednesday with you on Rick and Ordy. No, this isn't a toxic masculinity week. And Thursday with Brad Slager on the Culture Shift. How about you? Where can people not find you?
Well, you can find me at Radiovic73. You can follow along with KLRM Radio at KLRM Radio. You can also find our YouTube and our Rumble channels under the same name. And if you would be so kind, please make sure you do go give us a subscribe over there. Now that we've got X really taken off, that's the next thing I'm working on. Is trying to get YouTube and Rumble really kind of off the ground so everybody can just kind of pick the favorite place they want to hang out and just go. Because I know not everybody likes X. You can find me. I'm off tomorrow, but you can find me Monday night, 10 p.m. Eastern, and it's new time, the America Off the Rails show, because that's where it's going to park for a while. Because no matter what's on in front of it, it'll be the connective tissue between our last live show and the handoff to the SHR crew on Mondays, and then Tuesday through Friday. You can find me doing the Rick Robinson show from noon to 3 for now. That may actually be moving in the summer to an earlier time frame so I can budget my time a little bit better because I can't find all the time to do all the things I need to do. Once I know that for sure, I will let you guys know. But if it does happen, it'll happen in probably about the next month and a half. Tuesday night, hanging out with you guys over on Manorama. Wednesday night, full boat of production, and then hanging out with you. Thursday night, Jen and Rick. Friday night, back around doing the He Said, She Said thing with the lovely Aggie Regan. And then Saturday night, pushing buttons for the Front Porch Forensics crew. When I'm not doing all that, you can find me as a contributor on misfitspolitics.com, twitchy.com, and theloftusparty.com. And I also produce the Loftus Party podcast through Kung Fu Rick Productions, and it drops every Tuesday. And I think that's it. And if it's not, that's enough. Bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. Want to give a quick shout out and a thank you to everybody who made us number one on my X live feed for most of the show. Somebody snuck in and took it at the last minute, but we still had over 1,300 of you hanging out on 3 different feeds. So thank you. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday.
Thanks, you were great.
Things Rick hasn't heard in 5 years.